took a minute.
Gary got a little excited.
That never happens to me.
Popped off a little too early there.
Jumped the gun. Rings of Power season. You know he's excited.
It's been a really long time since I streamed. That's all.
Yeah, it's been a day. It's been a day. Hey, welcome to Hell Month. Welcome to the Rings of Power, Season 2. Good Lord.
I survived the first 3 episodes somehow.
Yeah, we're almost halfway through.
It was brutal.
Good.
It was brutal. You know what? It's good that I saw the first 2 episodes in the theater because I would have been checking my phone within the first 5 minutes and I would have not seen that much cringe. I do want to, just at the open, I was at a screening that was fully booked, right? So it was supposed to be 88 seats in this screening. There was about 32 people there, and a dozen of them left after the first episode. We're like, oh, maybe they're just going to the bathroom. They never came back.
Smart people. Well, not smart. They went there. So
Same happened in mine, and when you're giving away free screenings and there's no penalty for people not showing up, there's kind of always going to be people that snag something I can't really go, whatever.
Yep.
But yeah, they also would not allow us. They told us to turn our phones off. I obviously didn't, but I had no reason to sit there and record it. But it was so crazy that they went to that level to not allow people to record things when it was released 4 hours later on
4 hours
Prime.
later. Yeah.
That was the strange thing to me that they were that hypersensitive about it.
Well, and we should have known things were bad when the review embargo, and this one went quiet, was lifted under 24 hours before the show came out. Of course, last time I checked, it's at 94% on Rotten Tomatoes or 92%, which is utterly ridiculous.
So, someone in the chat said X-Ray Girl looks like a high school science fair winner.
So what? I'm living my dream. My parents are proud. Shut up.
I would say math, but yeah.
It was a pretty big volcano.
Yeah, she made the volcano in Mordor. She designed it. Yeah, her and Waldrick.
Listen,
With Cheetos dust.
I envy all of you. While you all were watching Rings of Power, I was watching the Kamala Harris interview, which is 10 times worse than anything Rings of Power was probably
but it's 10
giving.
times shorter. So
that's more hilarious.
You can talk for 3 hours if you tried.
The live edited interview, by the way.
Yeah, I heard that.
There were 2 women at my screening that showed up dressed as Harfoots.
No.
Are you sure it wasn't just how they usually dressed?
I have not seen
11 episodes in. I
Sure.
don't know the
Homeless.
purpose of their story. They just wander around in a desert for a bit.
Dude, they're
very
mystery boxing the name of the wizard for a season and a half. By the way, we're almost halfway through the season, so that's the good news. Unfortunately, the bad news is we're only almost halfway through the season.
How many episodes this season?
8.
8 again.
8.
And they showed 3. And they're long. Good God.
That's called confidence, Gary.
They want to get
They're
that
long.
watch time up.
Yeah.
What they want is to have a really impressive Nielsen number, right off the bat, and releasing 3 hour-long episodes is definitely going to help out when it comes to that.
Sure.
Yeah, the media will be running interference for him very soon on that. Go ahead, Chad.
To get through those 3 episodes in a short time, because I wanted to get them done through before FNT. That was a slog. That was like my own personal trek to Mount Doom, and just like the One Ring, I felt my life getting sapped away with each episode. I had to take a break halfway through episode 2 because it was just that bad, and just go outside to try and rejuvenate. This was rough, man.
So is
Is
it
the One
boring?
Ring would do anything to me? If I got it, would it change me at all?
Improve you.
It might make you happier.
No, I don't think it affects you.
No, I don't think
Yeah,
the
I mean, there's
Elven
only
rings.
one-
I don't think the Elven rings would change you at all, dude. You would corrupt the Elven rings, even without the One Ring.
Gary is massively delayed
see
right
that?
now.
Okay, I thought it was
weird.
me.
Okay, yeah, he went
thought it was
full
just me.
Godzilla movie on us, man.
Yeah, I was kung fu over
yeah.
Am I okay now?
No, you are
Wow.
there. Hit
You're
the
about-
X-ray
you're about-
girl music.
You're about 2 seconds
Yay,
off.
it's not me.
Well, it's coming through good on the OBS, so screw you guys.
It is actually.
If the audience
affecting us.
if the audience sees it right, then that's all that matters.
Gary,
So-
can you get close to the camera and say, "Look, we must fight. I am more powerful than you." Please.
My kung fu is more powerful than yours. I will defeat Godzilla.
Yes.
I wish the audience could see that. 'Cause it's perfect.
What's bad is the audience is watching us laugh at something they aren't seeing, so we're the ones that look stupid.
Worth it.
See it.
Honestly, worth it. That was worth it.
Fine.
So we're the ones looking stupid.
Yep. We're gonna roll with this as
Yep.
long as possible.
So Jeremy
Oh,
asked the
you're
question, was the show just boring? It's equal parts very, very boring and eye gouging and just lore breaking. Just every single character is like assassination. Just
Worse or equal or better than season 1 at this point?
Worse.
potential to be worse. The entire thing as a whole.
It's worse.
I actually think so. I think it depends. I think for people that don't really, they've seen the Lord of the Rings movies, but they don't really know anything about the characters.
Even if you've seen the Lord of the Rings
really
movies, this is worse.
So I think for those people, I think these first 3 episodes, you probably find them a little less cringe than the first season. I don't think as many people like normies that tune in are going to be as turned off by the first couple episodes of this season as they were by last season.
I don't think as low as of normies than you do. I think normies will find this incredibly cringe just on the fact that forget the lore. Separate the lore. It's a poorly made TV show. There's people who walk up to each other and they're automatically familiar. How about Mr. Platitude, who just sits there and like just rattles off stupid shit to Halbrand when he doesn't even say anything.
Hello, buddy.
How about
looks like you're running to
how
death?
about the 3 instances where they can read minds? It's you had a bad dream, huh? They did that twice, and then a female Sam walks up and says, "Why do you have that look? That look that you've been here before. How in the fuck would you get that out of a look?" It's just stupid shit.
It's
Gary.
the same view that he gives. It's the same way he looks at literally everything.
Everything.
Yes, everything.
I think
Gary,
that is not worse than the faux
Bewilderment.
death, where there was one. It's like, oh, you may catch 2 spiders with the same boot. It's even if you were hitting spiders, you'd still use the same.
I
boot.
know.
And then 2 seconds later, it's like you don't need the eyes of a eagle or whatever it is to spot that your mind has gone far afield. And it's like this is like. It was the same problem with Sauron. They're going for this Machiavelli manipulation, but they have no idea how to do it. So they just have a random conversation, and then they end up doing whatever he wants. There's no manipulation or depth to any of it, but they're desperately hoping they can fake it.
It's the one I love.
Especially because the first season, he wasn't even manipulating them. The first season is supposed to be he's rejecting this. He wants to find peace. He's not actually manipulating this shit. Like Galadriel is forcing him into all of this. That's the
And they
irony
confirm it.
of
They
some of
confirm
the
it with
things
this.
play out.
No, they retcon it. Well, like Elrond says to Galadriel, he played your soul like the notes of a tune or something. And also they went back to where he was on the raft. And I don't know whether it was in the first season, but there's this look he gives her, which is basically just pure evil. Which I don't think they put in
Which
the first
was not
series.
in the original.
No.
Yeah. So and there's a weird bit where this guy's been nice to him, and as the ship's about to explode, he even says, "Grab hold of something," because he's trying to help him because he's been nice to him. And then a pillar falls on him, and he just ditches him for absolutely no reason, like 5 seconds later. So I think they're desperately trying to go, "Oh no, actually, he was evil all along. You just didn't know." It's bizarre.
Galadriel unironically
anybody in
says,
chat who hasn't seen it yet, though, these are actually like the technical faults of the show. We haven't like the beginning of the show turned Sauron into flubber, for fuck's sake. I mean, it hasn't actually.
To the vent.
That was
so
Going
weird.
through season 1, I promised like everyone like I would finish reviewing season 1 before I start reviewing season 2. So I still have like 5 episodes of season 1 to review. So I've been doing that for the last 3 weeks. So I went into the beginning of season 2 thinking, you know what, I am prepared to not find this as shockingly bad, because how can it be as shockingly bad as season 1 after having seen all of season 1? Then they turn Sauron into flubber in the first scene after stabbing him with his own hat. And I think, actually, no, there's still new things the show can do to surprise me in all the terrible ways.
It's amazing. Like in terms of them trying to retcon what happened in season 1, they do it multiple times. They're trying to gaslight the audience to forget what happened. Galadriel unironically says, "Sauron used me and played me like a harp to a melody entirely not of my choosing." And again, they're desperate to sound
That's
like
all
wise
bullshit.
And it's all
Tolkienian.
I'm like, no, yeah, I know, right? It's like you used him. You were the one literally telling that he was the king, and he was saying no.
Well,
In the previously on, they show her saying, "You're the king." Wait, you're not the king. It was never Halbrand that did any manipulating.
no.
It was her.
Hey, let's take this opportunity to introduce our guest, Little Platoon, because we're into this. Welcome, sir.
Hello.
Perfect that we have you on for this show. Can't wait to see your other reviews in the next couple of years.
Oh God.
No, you got to play. Like, if you really want to show how, this is why I never like the Picard review will come someday. But this is why it's taken so long, because you can't just present like how stupid this is. It's impossible. There's so much stupid in it that you have to kind of take your time and play with your food. I completely understand it. To really give people who are not going to watch this a grasp on how bad it is. It's there's nothing Tolkienian about it. They hate Tolkien. They hate his messaging. They hate everything about it, and they're just trying to grasp onto a little bit of it. Any lore is Easter eggs in this stuff. This is a completely made up fanfic. To me, it's worse than the Acolyte. It's 1,000 times worse. But that's because
it is significantly damaging to like the IP, right? To the story, to the lore. The Acolyte is damaging, but it is not. They're operating in kind of this world where we've never heard this story before. They're fucking making this shit up, where we know what happened with this story and they're completely going off the rails. Like, we know that the rings weren't made this way. We know that this person wasn't involved in that. Like, we know these things categorically. Whereas the Acolyte is piss poor and it's shit, but it doesn't as significantly damage Star Wars.
Galadriel was not deceived. She specifically says in this show, I was deceived. Like, that's like a 1-to-1 to like lore breaking. Like, why you went out of your way to do that?
Based on what you guys have seen so far, do you think if it continues on this, let's just say it doesn't get any better, but it just kind of stays where it's at right now, do we get a season 3, or is this it?
Yes, we're going to get a season 3. This is a giant vanity project of a freaking crazy Bond villain billionaire who's, I mentioned this in my video, who's building a cuckoo clock that ticks once a year in the mountains of Texas. Like, that's totally not hiding a secret base. So yes, and it's $42 million. It's $42 million, and it's pocket change to him. So they're obligated to 5 seasons. But like, even Amazon will cancel stuff. We'll see how it goes. You could fool yourself for so long. We'll see if it goes past 3 seasons. But they're definitely circling back to lore that they've obviously added in later based on one quote that I caught. So we'll see. They're speeding things up a bit.
Yeah. Even the people that would support this show, though, the critics, have abandoned the show, because I was actually looking at, because, you know, all we typically see is the total percentage of Rotten Tomatoes. But if you look at the first season, the first episode had about 160 reviews. This season, 8. So 160 reviews to 8 as far as the critics are concerned. And I remember when it first came out, you know, obviously because people can add reviews over time, there were over 100 within the first days of that first episode. And now it's down to 8. So the critics have not returned to this show. And so if they're losing even the critics,
it turns out, Odin, that the critics were not, a lot of critics were not given the preview. Like, a lot. Alan Ing didn't get his, and I've heard others say they didn't get theirs either, and they just had to wait to watch it open. So Amazon was picking and choosing who they sent the preview to.
Yep. It seems like they sent different review copies out as well, because there was one review that said I've seen all 8 of them, and a lot of the bigger ones spoke as if they were doing the whole ones, and then somebody else said, like, spoke about the first half of the season. So I think you got different amounts.
Yeah, that's I would speculate that the difference in that probably has a lot more to do with how they release copies to people than with this or that. Because if they give 3 copies to people, how many people are going to go in there and review episode 1, 2, and 3 rather than just give their overall?
Yeah, it's probably a trusted person, right? They're not going to give the whole season to somebody they just met. I understand that part, but they're obviously picking and choosing, and then there's the way that TV shows are reviewed. Like, most of them are just the first couple of episodes, and people don't even complete their reviews. So you're basing this on the first couple of episodes. Mm-hmm. Hi, Chrissy.
Certified fresh.
Yep. Hi. This is gonna sound strange, but I liked it, and I was listening to you guys.
Where's my gun?
You're like, well, have faith in the normies. Even the normies are gonna think it sucks, and I'm like, ooh, but I don't really know a lot about the lore, so maybe
that was going to be my point. Hang on, but that was what I was going to say, and this, with too many people, there's a lot of people talking. So, like, Gary, you say like you have more faith in the normies than Ryan.
Yeah.
The Lion King happened.
Yeah, it does.
The live action Lion King.
But
happened.
dude, I can listen. The Lion King. The Lion King is a bunch of 6-year-olds going to a fucking movie, and the parents just going,
matter if those
yeah,
parents cared about
absolutely.
their children, they wouldn't have sent them to see that piece.
That's
of
more
shit.
understandable than sitting in front of this and watching.
Captain Marvel happened.
Yeah,
The
Captain Marvel was marketing.
That was in a good economy.
Yeah,
The reason
in a better economy.
The reason I feel that
I blame Trump. I blame Trump for Captain Marvel.
the reason I feel that people going in like knowing nothing, whatever, are going to not hate this as much as they hated season 1. Specifically, a lot of it has to do with Galadriel. Now, although with all the context we have from season 1, a lot of the things she's saying is absolutely retarded. She doesn't come off nearly as cringe girl boss in the first 3 episodes of this season as she did in the first few episodes of last season.
And there's less of her.
Just
Yeah.
insufferable
She's not as
and
abrasive.
just insufferable. She's totally abrasive, insufferable,
Not
and
as
unapologetic. Yeah, she is. Absolutely.
Yeah. Not as the first episode of last season. Where
Did
she's,
you,
I'm
did you
girl
catch?
boss, I'm
did you
gonna
catch
kill
when
the-"
when she's arguing with Elrond in front of High King Gilgalad is fucking retarded, and she threw his failure in Moria in his face to try to deflect from wanting to fuck Sauron. It's like, what the fuck?
So, come on, can you blame her?
Okay.
He's really, really good looking.
See that. This is why women shouldn't
That's
vote.
how-
This is
that's-
why
yeah.
women shouldn't vote. This is why we
swayed
get Gavin
easily.
Newsom. This
Swayed
is why we
easily
actually
by the
know.
temptations.
Zoolander? They should. I'm really incredibly good looking.
I said she got dickmatized. It happens to her
Yes.
sometimes.
You just have to do it without feeling. It's so hard.
I'm pretty sure Charlie Vickers is gay, but all right, go on.
And what happened to Elrond's hair? Did you notice that his hair changed like drastically? It's way more broccoli, ginsy looking.
It's a
than
little
it
more
was.
coiffed.
It's like a weird duck ass, you know?
It just got messed up when it's riding on the horse. You know?
Doesn't it look like a duck ass? Come on.
No,
I
don't
really
study
like-
We'll get into it. I'll show
I
you.
like the black blob that ate the mouse and ate the bugs. And the
I'm
black
gonna
blob.
blame this on post-pregnancy right now.
It's the hormones. Yeah.
It's the hormones.
Chrissy, do you enjoy, I want to hear Chris's thoughts. So, do you feel like they are definitely going for this type of sexual tension, whatever, between Halbrand, Sauron, and Galadriel?
Yeah, I think it's a love.
This is why it's the
triangle.
worst
I'm
thing
here
ever.
for it.
Thank
I'm here
you.
for the sexual tension, slowly putting the rings on the fingers, going back and forth. They're magical. I like the black blob consuming the homeless woman in the carriage. That was great.
We should put a lot of those black blobs in San Francisco.
There is. They just haven't become sentient yet. They're just still pieces of poo, but they will eventually.
Well, they're running the country.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
That's what they are. So Chrissy liked it.
I'm embarrassed. Now I'm embarrassed.
Should be.
I think the same about the Acolyte. I think there is an audience for the Acolyte that absolutely loves it, and it's who they're made for. It's just those people don't really watch Star Wars. I don't think like the Chrissy demographic is that into Lord of the Rings enough to keep it afloat as an audience as a whole. So it's not that it's bad. It's just it's not aimed at the actual audience.
I think it is bad though, but people can latch
Not
on
for that
to
audience.
things.
Like, quality comes down to like that target audience doesn't really care if it makes sense. Like, they are into the sexual tension. Oh, will they, won't they, and everything. They don't really care whether there's a time scale of how long he was in a cave. That's entirely meaningless. And so it just depends what you prioritize.
Basically, it's like porn to them, and the story means nothing as long as there's a sex.
Yeah, the whole time I was like, but how does he smell?
jewelry.
Though?
Probably
It's
bad. He's
basically
made of
geared-
worms.
It's basically targeted towards emotional or weak emotional men and women. That's what this show is geared towards, right? Emotionally weak men and women.
Wow.
I'm just asking, is that a fair
Yes.
assessment?
Yeah.
Like, that's it. Like,
It's a typical
It's not
objective,
targeted
subjective.
towards anybody who like Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, any Tolkien fans, any normal human beings. No, no.
I think if you look at like Jennifer Salke and the directors, they've just made a show for themselves. I think that's what it is.
It's like women like Barbie, but that doesn't make it a good film.
They are
It's a
100%
great
trying
film.
to pull off Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings stuff. Like, there are
no,
so
they're-
many different
Yeah.
references,
Oh, it's
and
one-to-ones,
lines,
yeah.
and even the entire like fake Frodo, fake Sam with Gandalf, like, and all of his references about Harfoots, which you could easily just substitute hobbits in there. They're 1,000% desperately trying to get people to feel like it's Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings.
I want to
and by
throw
the
this
way,
out. I want to throw this out before we get confirmation on it. Gandalf, not Gandalf, might be Saruman. I think they're gonna be like, "Oh, we're so clever. We're gonna make it Saruman. You're gonna make you sympathetic to Saruman."
I don't know. They've
Throwing it out there.
They've
Throwing it out there.
lifted direct lines from Gandalf, like when he says, you know,
See?
like
They're manipulative.
Well, yeah, they
They think they're smart.
dude. They open the show with a repurposed line of dialogue from Gandalf from the books.
And they're not that clever. So, like,
No.
season one spent ages trying to make you think, oh, who is Sauron? Who is Sauron? And I was sitting there thinking, well, it's so obviously Halbrand. Like, surely they're going to do a twist because it is so obvious. And they didn't do a twist. That is who it is because they're just really, really not very clever people.
Ta-da.
The first, no, not the first line. The second line of dialogue from Sauron. I think the first one is when he grabs and it's like, it looks like the tides of fate are turned, or he says something like that. And then she's on the raft and he's like, not everything is as it appears. It's like, okay, what a dude Sauron.
Wasn't it
clearly-
like
And then he wins.
That line is in the first season, by the way. That line is in the first season. Yeah. God, who could he be?
I mean, I didn't mean of this. I meant of like season one.
But
Yeah,
there's
how-
an interview with him who said he didn't know he was Sauron at the time, and he said when he was told, he looked back, he's like, I'm an idiot. They even gave me, like, during the interview, they gave me, like, a script to read from Satan, and it's like, I still didn't put it together.
Who could I be playing?
But yeah.
actors aren't the brightest of people. We
Yeah,
know
after
this.
that line, after defeat, the shadow grows again. That is like, instead of, they use the word respite in the books, but it's the same fucking line. That's what they open. And why would Sauron say that about himself? There's so much unnatural stuff. When Elrond meets Círdan and he says, I come to you because you are the oldest and wisest of our kind. Who in the fuck walks up to somebody and says that shit?
He
You're
should've
old as
said,
dirt.
"Círdan, I came to you because we completely did the order of the creation of the rings wrong. We realized that you're supposed to wear one of these, so we definitely
Yep.
need to
We need to
introduce something to you."
unfuck this.
That's how we get them to you. That's how we
Get a
them
ring
to
on
you,
that.
yeah.
Oh, how they distributed the rings was awesome. It's like Círdan just nicked one. He's like, well, I brought them back, so
Yep.
this is mine now. The other guy dropped one next to him. He's like, well, I'm the king, might as well have one.
Yep.
And we gave one to Galadriel because it bounced a bit
It
nearer.
chose her.
It was like, oh, that'll do.
Well, hers looked kind of more like a girly ring. It had like the little nice stone on top. I get
It
it.
did, yeah.
And I
So
swear
Sauron
to
should
God,
have worn it,
Like a
right?
gumball machine. ring,
that
you know?
that was wild to me because Galadriel just came out and said, "Yeah, I've been getting manipulated by the devil for ages, and I know I've been treasonous and not following orders, and I've been a completely useless, entitled friggin' cow, right?" And then with all that, as the ring bounces to her, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll let her keep it." And it's like, "Are you kidding me? She's one of the worst
Yeah.
people."
She's a
in the
general good
Gil-galad is
standing
a
now.
moron.
She's a general good
That
standing
did
once
not
again.
make sense.
And it all it's been a long time since I've read this Silmarillion, but wasn't the entire point of the Elven rings that Sauron didn't even know about their creation? He wasn't involved in their
Wasn't
creation.
involved
He
in
didn't know
it. So
about
he's
them.
involved. Yeah, he's involved in like the
Right.
overall design of the rings. And no, it's not just telling Celebrimbor there's a thing called alloy. And yeah, so Celebrimbor made them by himself.
Right.
So with no actual influence of Sauron, that's why they acted differently. And they
But
slowed
He's the ringleader.
the
They're
natural
treating the
decay of the
rings.
world. And they're
Yeah.
based on
Treating the rings
elements.
in this like the ring.
Yeah.
They're treating all three of these as if they were
Yes.
the one ring.
So I needed to double check this because I started to get really like thrown off in episode 2 when they started to describe what the Elven rings could do, and I was like, that doesn't sound right because they literally have the Elven rings be able to bend the mind and will of all living things, right? And that was never a property of the Elven rings in the lore. That is a property of the One Ring. And that is insanely powerful and insanely evil. They can dominate the mind and will of others, take away their free will. That is insane. But each of the Elven rings and rings of power can do that. And I want people to just slow down and comprehend this, right? That is the fundamental world building of Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Rings. And so if you were thinking the one world building thing you probably want to get right in a show that
Called
has
The Rings of Power.
audacity to claim Lord of the Rings of Power.
Yes.
Might
You wouldn't
be.
throw poetry out because he's a drunkard. Like, think about it.
It's insane. They got the most fundamental element of this franchise completely bastardized.
and
And with
Chad.
Galadriel in it too. Like it's like I've passed the test. I've resisted the power of the One Ring. It's like, oh well, long time ago I gave in to the power of the Elven Ring.
Except for that time.
The same thing.
Did I mention that time I ran into Sauron in the middle of the ocean and almost jumped his Baradur? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I liked Elrond in episode 2, because he's telling Galadriel exactly what she needed to hear. It's all your fault. You fell for Sauron. Now you're putting on rings that you have absolutely no idea whether he's tainted them or not. Then he went to Círdan, and Círdan's like, wait, you wouldn't throw it away, would you? It's still beautiful. And he's like, it's not to me, it's evil. And he's literally going around telling all these evil people about it. And I'm just amazed that Círdan at one point does put his hand and all the fish go to it because they can feel the power. And he is talking about how I can control them. And so rather than have this in Sauron's hands or men, the elves must control this power because we'll do good for it. It's like, that is just pure evil dictator. You are a tyrant.
Maybe Disparu. Maybe the ring just makes your hands smell like fish food.
That would be.
Well, there's another way to do that.
Power.
No, but
Oh, no.
What?
Hey, Galadriel.
Oh no!
Oh!
All right.
To emphasize that these rings can dominate all life, he commands one of the fish to jump out of the water and essentially commit suicide. But then is like, but I'm a good guy and I put the fish back because no elf has ever done anything evil, right? Which is bullcrap. Elves have done crazy evil things. And so it's the height of hubris and arrogance to them to think, well, we'll be fine with this insanely evil power, right? It is bonkers. And just to
Don't
also
you see, that's the
explain,
genius of the show, okay? J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay, they're just freaking geniuses, and I love them. 10 out of 10.
And it's not that the order of
Certified
the forging of the rings is like in Lord of the Rings. It's in the appendices. That they have no excuse at all.
Yeah, it's there.
It's
The text is
there. The text they actually have rights to, unlike the Silmarillion. But yeah, it's I don't even know where we start. I don't think we can go chronologically over 3 hours, and the third episode is so nothing. It's the the fucking Númenóreans. They oh god, what they've done. The Númenóreans all look like frumpy Target workers, and and they're all supposed to be like average height, 6'3", 6'4". Many were taller. Elendil's supposed to be 8 feet tall. Miriel is supposed to have skin like it's pearly white. Oh, sorry, maybe not. And apparently
Farah's ivory, pearls, and
It's like Snow White.
something. Yeah,
yeah.
She was one of the black Númenóreans.
Frumpy Target workers. I gotta
Tell you
use
what.
that one.
Oh, no.
I'm with the other guy in New
N-word
Mortal, though. Miriel is a crap queen, and she should be deposed. Like, her being blind is a great excuse to get rid of her now, because she's already failed multiple times, and she can't even do her job politically. That's why he could just walk over to an eagle, and she just stood there, because she had no idea what was happening in the room. You can't have a leader that has no idea what's going on.
I'm
looking for somebody to describe it.
The entire episode is built on, he's such a very clever conspirator, and we're doing
Yes.
all the political conspiracies, and we're going to spend
no
ages
plan.
doing that. And it turns out whoever is standing closest to the window when the eagle turns up wins. So
It's a game of tag. Really.
And it's also like
base.
the eagle shows up. Farazan just walks over there, turns around, the eagle flies away. That's like their symbol. Well, he must be the guy then. I don't.
It's so retarded, and the eagles can talk. The eagle could have said something.
But instead, it's when he lifted up the sword, he flies away like it looked like he was in fear. So I was like, oh, okay, that's a thing, I guess. All right, fine.
I'm expecting Chrissy to challenge all of your points throughout this discussion. I'm looking forward to it. I'll be the moderator. So
I think we should defer to Gary as the eldest of our tribe.
I come to you.
oldest and wisest of our kin.
Show. Can you shave that beard, please?
look at Gary. Gary's
No.
like, she better shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. I would never.
I like hearing Chrissy's perspective because it's different than a lot of ours who are hyper attuned to
It's
some of this
exactly
stuff.
what
Thank
Ryan
you,
said to me
Ryan.
this morning, right before Daily. I asked him before we went live. I was like, "How bad is he?" And you literally said exactly what you said today. You're like, "I think that normies are going to be a little more,
They're
connected.
going to be
to
less
it."
turned
Yeah.
off by it than they were the
Yeah.
first season.
Mhm. Yeah, that's what you
Yeah.
told me this morning.
Now, I'm not going to say that everyone's going to like embrace it or anything, but I don't think it's going to be as off-putting.
But also, I never would have watched it if like you guys hadn't said watch it.
Yeah.
It would have been the last thing I'd ever be interested in seeing if
So we turned her into this. That's what happened.
Gary secretly made a fan out of the Rings of Power.
No, I'm not a fan.
He manipulated her.
You're welcome, Amazon.
Don't be tempted, Chrissy.
Chrissy fell under Sauron's sway. Like,
Yeah, she
I don't know
did.
what happened. I started cooking and cleaning and doing lunges. Yeah.
Oh, I loved
Making
when he turned up
sandwiches.
at Celebrimbor's and he told him to stay outside, and he just stands there for days, weeks, like not moving from that one spot.
Yeah.
And going, this is a bit weird.
Standing in the rain, getting wet.
Oh, don't you like? Hey, no. In the first episode, Sauron cries. Sauron fucking cries in this show. Don't know if you caught that. When he's when he just gets banished and he's sitting alone by his fire, a little tear comes out, a little Sauron tear comes out.
I noticed
That's not what I want to see.
Look upwards, but not the cry.
Listen, if he was doing it to manipulate somebody or whatever, like I could buy that.
Sure.
Him just sitting alone crying. This is fucking Sauron, man.
But
I
there's
100%
another point. Sorry, there's another point where he cries. Then it's when Adar comes to speak to him about how wonderful Sauron was, and he's lying down, and you see a tear trickle down right on the side as well. So
Sauron
it's crying a
cries.
lot. Sorry, Chris.
I noticed Celebrimbor
Oh, I
doing
totally,
it,
I
but-
totally agree with the point that like he doesn't manipulate anyone to do anything. The whole time I was waiting to see that happen, and
That's meant to be his entire
It's other
character.
people that say he manipulated you,
Well,
or them, or
Celebrimbor
whatever.
is
he
like
never
the
does
only
anything.
one in this thing that you could be like, okay, this is what they're trying to go for. They're supposed to show how Sauron's manipulating him, and they're using Celebrimbor's pride, the fact that he wants to be recognized for all these things, the fact that he feels unappreciated for this or that, and his ego. He's using all of that to convince him of these things that are just not true.
all the
You
stuff
have to
that
believe
men need to feel good about themselves. It's almost like they're punishing him for that.
But it's so
that's-
broken, though, because, you have Gil-galad and all the elves over in Lindon who are well aware that Celebrimbor has made the most powerful objects in the world, the things which will save their entire race. And then when Sauron turns up at Celebrimbor, says, have you spoken to him recently? Nah, not heard of him. And then over in Lindon, it's like, hey, by the way, I didn't tell Celebrimbor this, says Galadriel, but actually it was Sauron all along. For some reason, I didn't bother to tell him because I thought it would make me look bad. And Gil-galad's response to that is basically, oh, I'm sure he's fine. We'll just send a letter. Like, we don't need to go and check this. There are rivers defending it. It's fine. Sauron can't cross rivers, famously. He's great.
High King Gil-galad has to send the most important message in the last 500 years in Middle-earth. He's like, we'll send it with like one guy and one guard. It'll be fine. We won't send like
come here.
We won't have a backup or anything. It'll be fine.
Oh.
It was a
Just don't talk to anybody on the road.
And all the time that it took for Sauron to get all the way down to Mordor and back again, all that happens, and then it's like, oh yeah, this guy just
there's no sense of time and
There's no it's teleportation land again.
Yeah.
I was wondering who killed the messengers because Sauron seemingly doesn't have any.
Gil-galad said it. He's alone.
And it's like, who the heck is doing this? And also, it's so funny. When Gil-galad says, like, yeah, look, the place is protected by 2 rivers and a big curtain wall. Sauron can't get in. And I'm like, dude, don't you know he's a shapeshifter? Don't you know anything about Sauron? That's not going to stop him. He's going to get in easy. Are you retarded?
Bugs.
It's insane.
I liked when he revealed himself to Celebrimbor, and his introduction was, there are things beyond evil. It's like, you mean worse than evil? And it's like, I'm an angel. It's like, no, you just said there's something worse than evil, and then introduce yourself as there to help.
Like
it's
a
at least
devil?
go, there are gods, more powerful than you would know. And he's like, oh, actually, I've heard of those. That would have been fine. But no, you introduce yourself as evil to him.
It's like, I'm going to extinguish all the lights, and then I'm going to summon myself in fire. Trust me, bro. I am actually an angel. Like, how stupid do you have to be to fall for that? For
You want to
fuck's
make
sake?
some rings for me?
The problem is season 1, right? If he had just showed up and essentially kind of walked out of the flames and did this introduction and say, I'm a messenger from this and blah, 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 you could write it significantly better than it has been written. But that you might be able to understand somehow that Celebrimbor could fall for that. But the fact that we have all the Hallbrand stuff, that he was specifically told not to trust him, although Galadriel didn't get into specifics, which is kind of retarded. Like when you have all of that set up, knowing that Hallbrand is someone not to be trusted, and then he goes and pulls that, that's where the believability falls out the window, and it makes Celebrimbor look like an absolute retard. Not just someone who's been deceived, but a retarded person.
and especially because Sauron's manipulations are so dumb. Like in episode 3, Sauron is trying to manipulate what's his face, Celebrimbor, and he says, "Oh yeah, the king, right? He's even ordered us to not make any rings at all." And this is like gonna be supposedly bait Celebrimbor to say, "Well, I'm gonna do it anyway." What if Celebrimbor just said, "Oh, we're ordered not to make the rings. Good point. We'll wait until we hear from the king." What is Sauron gonna do then? He's like it's because he's read the script ahead of time that is assured that all this is going to work. He's a retard that doesn't know how to manipulate, but the reality is warping around him to make it seem like he's smart when he's actually an idiot. What he said then was dumb. Celebrimbor could have just been like, "Yeah, good point. We'll stop. Thanks." But they want to make him. Yeah, look at him.
I like the ADR line from Celebrimbor that said, "We are expecting messengers in a few days." I'm like, how do you know? Like, unless a messenger came there to tell you that a messenger would be there in a few days.
I got an early message for the message.
That right there is the face of somebody who's like, "What do you mean Snapchat messages don't disappear?"
Can we also talk? I don't know if you can go a little bit back in the episode, but
all right,
the great inventor.
He's taking a poop.
Oh, gee, what's happening? Wow. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no. He's getting on his face, auntie.
Was that Ryan?
Like it looks like the furnace monster from Home Alone.
Holy shit, it does.
What were you saying, Ryan?
What I was going to say is if we can go a little bit back in the episode, somehow the great inventor, Celebrimbor, like the greatest elf who's ever created anything, all this shit, somehow he can't find out how to either make an umbrella or use an umbrella.
He is soaked.
He's fucking soaking wet, and there's people behind him that are following him with an umbrella, and it does literally fucking nothing. If you go back, you can see like that the umbrella that he's invented is completely worthless. There it is.
Oh, and Halbrand, dude. The whole plan is stupid, but it starts out with a flashback, and we have a whole different Sauron, right? Who looks like he just got like a little pudgy dude who just got back from a fucking Ren fair, repurposing dialogue, and he gets Caesared by like a half a dozen orcs.
That pissed me
Maya
off, man.
Sauron gets
Sauron.
Why is he giving a political speech to orcs in the first place? He's the most powerful one there, therefore he leads. He doesn't have to convince them all.
Right.
Like, it's like, "Oh no, I want to go to war," and that, no,
But
please.
that's
It's
because their
to be
rings
like
of
a
power has
rally.
completely broken the orcs, and they did that in season 1. You had that speech from Adar when Galadriel was threatening to torture his children because she's a hero.
Yeah,
and he says, "No, they're all individuals. They all have names." And then this show it's just carried on with that premise. So orcs are actual individuals. They can elect their leaders. They have opinions on politics. They want to protect their young babies and their wives, and they don't really like war, so they'll go with whoever's nicest to them. Which basically means at the end of this show, Sauron is going to have to purge every single one of these motherfuckers because they've already betrayed him once, and he wouldn't have them in his army. He's going to have to breed an entirely new breed of orcs, which doesn't ask all these awkward questions like, "Why are you telling me you're going to be nice to me in this scene, and to prove your point, killing one of us?" That seems like a bad political move.
Don't you mean orc word?
Awkward.
Orc word.
I like it, Kristen.
Yeah, the whole joke.
Just keep swinging.
I can't
Really
win.
awkward.
Like the introduction of Adar does feel it breaks so much. The idea that this fucking one nameless person actually had all this influence and is considered the father of all of the orcs in the world and all.
And
of
who's
this
the mom?
Sauron.
Obviously, he's a shape changer.
One of those orc wives, I guess.
Yeah.
No, genuinely though, this scene
I
breaks
carried
so
him.
much. This assassinates Sauron and assassinates the very concept of what the orcs are, and it's all tied in to try and make the orcs sympathetic, misunderstood. They're only bad because there were bad people telling them to do bad things. It's not like the orcs never would pillage, murder, and eat people just for the fun of it. And that's out the window. No, they're just misunderstood, and they never would have gone to war unless they were forced to. And Sauron, again, Disparu's point, he had to convince them to try and join his side, which is absolute retarded crap. Orcs naturally would gravitate towards the most powerful evil thing, and because the thing is, they like to go to war. War is a buffet for them. And so as soon as like someone gives them an excuse, they should be fully on board. This is just so broken and retarded.
It would actually take a dominant force to stop them going to war. To like restrain them is what would be the difficult part.
Well, you see, there's no good or evil. You know, just depending on which side you're
Shades
on.
of gray. It's just shades of gray.
It's just like the Acolyte. It's all
exactly
gray.
like the Acolyte,
Yep.
you know?
Also, I love how he turns into this giant like ice beam that freezes the entire land, and yet everyone around him survives.
It's
It
fine.
doesn't do a
Yeah.
thing.
They're just a little dusty.
Yeah.
And
wanna be
it's
rude.
so powerful that he can ice nuke the entire thing, yet he allows himself to be murked by a couple of retarded orcs. What is his power? It's so stupid. Like, gosh.
It is. You know, dude. Oh, we're in Faradwaith right now, which is that's the fortress where Guy Ladriel killed a ice troll in under 10 seconds. And apparently she just missed him. So, you know, she's been searching for 1,000 years. So Sauron is Caesared by a half a dozen orcs, right? And then he takes off. He turns into a venom symbiote. Then he eats a rat and a millipede and a peasant woman, and then turns into Halbrand. And they just squashed that 500 years into like a day, maybe half a day, maybe 2.
I will say
there was lots of cuts to black that was just time passing.
In this shot, they show the shot of the cave, right? And there's no stalactites or stalagmites, and then they cut to stalactites and stalagmites. So they imply some kind of time change.
Can you tell? Because I can't see shit in these dark scenes, man.
It's very subtle.
That contradicts season 1. He was supposed to have been hanging out in that tower performing evil experiments and sending all the orcs to the Southlands with that retarded Mark of Sauron map thing, right?
Yep.
And it was all part of his thing, and he was experimenting and figuring out how to make the rings in that location for hundreds of years.
And we know this because it was all laid out in the in the scroll they found in Numenor when they had this entire plan.
But now they're saying he was a puddle of goo that whole time. It's like they're trying to retcon season 1. It's like, don't gaslight us. We saw what you said in season 1, and now you just don't even know.
I do want to linger on this bit though, because like, you know, remember all the other times we've ever seen Sauron disembodied. He might be this giant fiery eye, or he's this giant fiery meteor thing in The Hobbit, or he does all those wacky magic. This is Sauron now. He's just flopping his way.
Just flop.
I remember looking at this and thinking, I could fix him. Just needs a haircut and a shower.
Made of oogie boogie worms
and a good blowjob.
That fixes a lot of things.
I don't know what his plan is after this, though, because he just immediately starts walking back to the orcs. And the one guy goes, "You'll die if you go that way." He's like, "Maybe that's my plan." And it's like, well, have you survived these hundreds or thousands of years just to immediately go back and get beaten by the orcs again? It doesn't seem to make any sense.
No.
Chrissy, this is when you got locked in, right?
He can't help. Yeah, I was like, look at those calves. I'm intrigued.
He's in a dress.
Yeah, he always
He's
looks
in
a
women's
little wet.
clothing. He's trans.
Yeah. Shad, since you're the expert on this, how does this connect with Twilight?
Well, funny you should say that. I mean, it's like they're trying to court the Twilight audience. I'm adjacent. I'm adjacent.
The more I hear Chrissy talk about it, and then I keep seeing these shots, I'm like, is this just Twilight? Is that all this is Twilight?
Yes, Twilight ruined everything. That is indeed the case.
I'm on Team Sauron.
Let us know.
I'm team
Halandriel.
Edward. Team Edward all the way. But no, like Twilight needs to be kept in its own little box. Stop trying to turn things into
kind of like the furries. Kind of like kind of like the furries in a box with a cage around it and maybe some metal bars.
I think I've misunderstood about that. Like Twilight is bad. I never said it's good. I just like it. So screw you.
Okay, all right. I respect that.
That's the attitude that most of these weirdos can't figure out about. Like, you can like bad stuff. Quit saying people are racist or sexist for not liking the bad shit that you like. It's really that simple. Yeah. But you're still gay for liking it.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't change. Oh, he's fact you're gay.
Sauron.
Oh, you got a little tears.
Oh, I thought he was
so
angry.
sad.
I think he's
It's
sad because he's
super
dressed
sad.
like a woman and has nothing in his life. Like,
This is going to be the hardest transition into an ad read ever, but I will try to make it work. Hold your thoughts.
Buckle up.
Hold your thoughts right there, because we got to talk about be naked. In today's society, it's tough to be a man, especially when you're surrounded by a bunch of women who like thirst trap villains in a shitty TV show. In a world dominated by overly masculine liberal women and woke white women, that's just how it's meant to be. Everywhere we look, it's gender neutral, this product, or made for her, that product. That is why we started a company that embodies the ethos of men's lives matter, just like orcs' lives matter, by the way, just like orcs' lives matter. And when your estrogen levels are, after watching a bad Rings of Power TV show are going up, you need a product like this that aren't designed to be gender neutral or used by people with pronouns or products at Rumble. Our products at Rumble are designed and built by men, period. So if you struggle with low energy, mood swings, hair loss, enjoying the Rings of Power, or if you need to perform better at the gym, maybe in bed, watch less Rings of Power and recover quicker after. Throw out all the other garbage supplements and try animal organs. They are traditionally the most nutrient-rich supplements on the planet, but our bison organs are a step above. The grass-fed, non-vaccinated bison are a species where the weak are allowed to die like the real orcs, okay? And only the strongest survive. So we're here here's a commitment to you. From men who have real confidence in their products. Try this today. BeNaked.com/Nerdrotic, code Nerdrotic, and get 50% off. Hail. Let's go.
There we go. Well, yeah, there was a little pause there. We didn't know if you were done. So.
I didn't know if I was done either. I was like, do I want to run with this? Nah, let's just go.
All right. So about Twilight, okay?
Oh no!
No.
There's a point here. Twilight is a perfect example.
No. Bring back the
it's
Rings of Power.
related, Gary. It's related. It's right.
Some oppression is good.
No. It's a perfect example of a product that understands its target audience and gives them everything that they want. Rings of Power is the antithesis of this, where they do not understand their target audience and is giving them all this crap that they don't want, and that's why it's going to be
they're trying to choose their audience by taking an IP with an already built-in audience, ignore that built-in audience to try to create the world that they want. That doesn't exist, by the way.
Yes.
And that's where Twilight ruined fucking everything, because they saw a sales opportunity. They're like, oh my God, girls like stuff. Well, you know what? They've always liked stuff, you fucking retards. Ladies can do things now.
But you can't mash them together.
No.
Lord of the Rings is built on a heroic epic with swords and heroes and masculinity and stuff like that. That's its foundation. And if you're going to try and shoehorn and force in all this feminized bullcrap into this, property, into it's a square peg into a round hole, it's never going to work. That's why it failed with Star Wars as well. What's the foundation of Star Wars? War in space with lasers and laser swords and stuff like that. And then trying to wrap it in a feminized love story thirst trap crap, it's not going to work. It's going to absolutely disenfranchise and disillusion the target audience. And guess what? Girls don't like it either, because they're not into wars in space and laser swords and heroic epics with magic and swords and Balrogs and all that stuff. And so they actually just want something that's catered directly for them, a girl in high school getting, attracted by a hot vampire, right? That's it.
I thought you were going to say getting railed. I thought that was the word you were going to say.
Get railed.
That's true, though. I mean, that is exactly Twilight is the exact reason, like, we got the sequel trilogy the way we did. Like, that was 100% geared towards the Twilight audience and the Raylo bullshit. Like, that's 100% what it was. It's all because of Twilight. It's not because of Twilight. It's because Hollywood looked at Twilight and decided, oh wow,
let's make everything
like
Twilight. Yeah.
They chased that.
The people that liked Twilight rose up through the corporations and became people in power. So, like Kathleen Kennedy probably likes Twilight, and so she just made. It's essentially they're making movies for them. Like, it's just they weren't in power 30 years ago.
Twilight's not the problem, right? There have been stories like Twilight that are geared towards women, right? And that's the audience. The movies, just like the books, are geared towards a certain audience. I think that these people made a mistake in believing that they wanted to expand their audience and thought that everyone else will just stay along for the ride.
Yes.
Regardless if they don't like it, because it has the name Lord of the Rings, because it has the name Star Wars, that has such a powerful name that people will just stick with it anyway. And it works to some extent for a while until people catch on, and then they'll abandon ship.
Yeah, and you have to have an ultra strong IP, right? So there's a handful of those, and they've gone through all of them. Star Wars is the strongest. That's why it's lasted this long. Testament to what George created. But it's the most normie palpable too of all the franchises. Trying to expand an audience of a book that's sold, that's translated in over 100 countries, that's been around for decades and decades. Just recently, Lord of the Rings just had its 70th anniversary. Is fucking retarded. So it comes from this corporatism of IP, and they constantly need to expand instead of nurture. They just need, and there's a big difference there, and that's why it's better when there's a singular voice like George Lucas, for example, in charge of this property. Now, it's worked in the past, with Star Trek. Beyond Gene Roddenberry, it's worked in the past, but that was also a TV property that was involving a lot of people. But when you have something like Tolkien, who meticulously put together this secondary world he worked on his entire life, and these fucktards with a partial script credit on IMDb come in thinking they can change it, well, of course you're going to get CW Lord of the Rings, and that's all. I'm almost shaming the CW, because the CW at least had a couple of good shows back in the early days, even though it never turned a profit. This is just crap to begin with. It's hateful to the lore. It's made by people who don't understand heroism, don't understand the real messaging in this, don't understand the difference between allegory and applicable. These are just hacks. These are just marketing hacks. This is a vanity project, and to spend this much money and just immediately piss off your fans. Shit, I wonder who just did that. Oh, Disney did that too. But they thought they could survive it like Disney did for a while. Like, getting rid of the EU, I mean, that should have been the very first red flag, and it was to a lot of people, that Disney doesn't give a shit about Star Wars. This Tolkien's Legendarium is the EU. It's the lore. It is the law, and there's plenty there that you can fucking adapt forever, and it would be amazing if you cared. But they don't care. They've never cared. And as long as they continue to lie to themselves, Amazon has enough money to lie to themselves, like all day long. Disparu, you talked about it in your video. I'm going to be talking about it too. Go look at the sites on Rotten Tomatoes that are giving it positive reviews. Half of them you've never heard of. Absolutely never heard of. Sites that,
and if you look at just the big ones, it's far more split. It is far more like 50-50. The big ones liked it, 50% didn't.
But let's get back into this fucking garbage fire. I fucking hate this show.
It looks beautiful though.
You mentioned CW. I actually think CW did
Chris
for this target demographic. I think CW did it far better than this, because CW at least did focus on emotions and the character interactions and stuff. And yeah, it was very basic, and it was feelings and hallways. But it actually achieved something. In this, when you think about the plots, most of it is to go in a direction just to completely eradicate everything that's happened. So we go to Círdan so he can drop the rings in the ocean. Well, he just comes back and gives them the rings. So what was the point? We had Sauron leaving Celebrimbor, only to now be back with Celebrimbor like a couple of weeks later and just reset the entire story again. Every storyline is just killing time.
They just wanted a scene of him walking into Mordor to end season 1, and then he immediately comes back,
turns around,
circles back, and it's like circling back to to the lore. And that's why they mentioned that they wrote season 2 prior to season 1, which I believe. But Charlie Vickers mentioned in an interview that the Anatar was added later, like much later, and he didn't know. So that's interesting. That was obviously a response to criticism. Their only excuse, and believe me, they're going to use it if they can, is they had to film this during the strike, and J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay could not participate in a lot of the filming. And actually, it was Jennifer Hutchinson who took over. She was and this goes to show you, and Jeremy, that when you have somebody like Vince Gilligan over your shoulder, you're a fucking great writer. And Jennifer.
Leadership matters.
Yep. Jennifer Hutchinson wrote on Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad.
Leadership matters.
Yep.
It's always mattered in sports. It matters in creativity, on these big projects, in politics, whatever it is. Leadership fucking matters. And so that's why we all were excited when Rian Johnson got the job. Oh, wow. The guy that directed those awesome episodes of Breaking Bad. Wow. This guy's going to do great. Well, Guess not.
Where's his trilogy? It's still coming out, right?
Yeah,
Still waiting for it.
they're working on it.
On the
Still
way,
working on
okay.
it. Still working
So
on it.
I love this guy right here is an NPC. It's so funny. He walks into him and he just starts yakking away. You almost expect him to offer something to sell or something. Like it's fucking so funny.
What are you buying?
And
It's such a damaging scene in a number of ways because you know if you remember all of season 1, Galadriel's entire reason for thinking that Halbrand was the king of the Southlands is that he has this little brooch on him which has a symbol on it, and he says, "Nope, I stole it from an old guy," and she says, "No, you didn't. You're definitely the king. I'm going to give you an army and take you back to Mordor." And even when he gets to the Southlands, Bronwyn, about whom I hope we have more to say later, because Jesus fucking Christ, how do you do that to a character? But she looks at the symbol and instantly says, "Oh, that must mean you are the king of the Southlands." I.e., she cannot have seen this symbol on any other random stranger anywhere. It can't be the normal thing that any random old guy could be wearing, because if it were, she wouldn't automatically make that association. Yet here we are, and it turns out it's being worn by a random old dude, and he did just take it from him. So why the fuck did she think he was the king, and why did Galadriel go along with the stupid plan? None of it makes sense.
Yeah, like the idea that was the one thing that Galadriel held on to. That this person picked this up at the flea market, but we just have to assume that he is the king of the Southlands. Yeah, and I would even say the symbol itself, if they haven't had a king in like hundreds and hundreds of years, if this line died out hundreds and hundreds of years ago, I don't even know why anyone would like see it and immediately recognize it either, like the normal person.
No, especially they've been dead for how long? I forgot. It doesn't matter because this is all made up shit. Anyway,
like 500 years or something, wasn't it?
It's all made up shit.
It's all made. Yeah. So he meets this NPC who like knows him so well that he knows when he has a bad dream when they're in a ship. Now, supposedly time is supposed to have passed, but they give you no idea of that. It's just the next scene they're in a boat. We don't know how long they've been in the boat, and he's all, "Bad dreams, huh?" It's like, how in the fuck would you know he had bad dreams? There's 3 instances in the first episode of somebody just guessing what somebody's thinking for no fucking, they're mind readers, I guess.
Yeah, it's not an organic conversation.
No, there's nothing
we
organic
actually,
about
though,
this.
we do know, because season 1 unwisely told us how long at least they were together to get onto the boat, right? Because when the Númenóreans arrive back, and just before they go into the Southlands, they sight land, and they say it will take us a day to sail up into the mountains, and it will take us a day to sail from the mountains down to the village. So it's a day. Now, you can actually look at the maps for this, because Rings of Power published them, and they are trying to use roughly the same maps that Tolkien created, so the scales are roughly the same. As the crow flies, it's 450 miles from the sea to the mountain. So they're going on a boat at like 50 miles an hour. But that means they've spent a whole day traveling together before they get to this scene here, which is all this is doing is just leading us back to the point in which we met him in season 1. We don't actually learn anything new about him in this, because Adar told us what happened to him. He told us what happened to him. We've seen him meet on the boat. We know he had the symbol. We know what he said about how he got it. So this is, and going back to that normie conversation earlier as to whether normies would find this particularly acceptable or not, this is just, I think, evidence of the fact that you can't expect them to remember anything, because evidently they either didn't watch season 1 or they've been expected to forget everything they did see. This is just putting it back in.
I think this is them retconning season 1, because people were like, well, no, he was the good guy. It was Galadriel that brought him back to it. I think this is him going, no, he flirted with it for a bit, but him deciding to leave the bloke is him deciding evil. Because I think just before that was the line, to be good, you have to choose good day after day after day. And then the next thing he does is be evil.
Go back to that scene real quick, Garrett. The one under the water. Yeah. Wait, the next one right there. Hey, pretty clear. You can see that, huh, chat? You see that? That's pretty much all the dark scenes in this show. You can't see shit.
I watched this on a laptop at the first time. Didn't stand a chance.
No. During my review, I have to have all my lights on while I'm farming the clips, because I have to turn them off because I can't see anything.
Are you quality screen, Gary?
I have a quality screen, sir. Oh, no, that's true. That's true.
The first 2 episodes I saw in the theater, I didn't have any issues in the theater. The third one I watched on my big ass TV, and I didn't really have any problems either. So I don't know.
Was your brightness turned up? Because I had issues and I watched on screens.
You can see it, but you got to shut off all the lights.
It's normal. I don't fucking know.
In the theater, it was still a bit dark for me, but it was a digital projection. It actually looks better on streaming than it did in the theater. But
So
yes.
funny that yeah.
No,
This
this
circle.
we're circling back. We don't have to go through
Like a ring.
so much. It's really boring. It's really boring. And they wanted to remind us of this scene. They were so proud of Galadriel running into Sauron in the middle of the fucking ocean, and on a raft, and they eventually end up on a ship so they can ship Sauron and Galadriel. If you don't think that was their motivation, it was. That was absolutely their motivation. I got confirmation of that. And that's one of the things Tom Shippey had a huge problem with. And that's why they found an excuse to get rid of the guy, because he was such a pain in the ass to them. You know, and they just wanted to use his name.
Chrissy, is this one of the sexy looks?
There you go.
Maybe.
Bad boy. Giving you that evil
Seems
eye.
like the tides of fate are turning.
Yes.
Are you just going in or going out? Or
Oh my
both?
god.
or maybe over and over again.
Exactly.
Her tides of fate are
He's always
flowing.
right.
Yeah.
Now here's a repurposed scene from Fellowship with they're repurposing the shots of the Nazgul chasing Arwen and reaching for Frodo, and it's Galadriel chasing Doogie Elrond, and she's reaching for the rings.
And
Did
presumably
she
they've done
chase
this from
him-
one city to the next,
Yeah, I
right?
was going to say,
So
did,
like
did she
hundreds of
chase him all
miles.
the way back from Eregion? They've been going at this all the way from Eregion to Lindon, which
And
is
he never moved the bag.
no.
And
also,
also, like, sorry, go Platoon.
I was going to say, she's chasing him, and like she's right behind him, but then she runs into these gold fuckers, and they say he's commanded us to arrest you. And it's like, well, when did he have time to do that? You were like 2 seconds behind him.
Yeah.
And she knows that this tree exists. So why did, like, when he vanished, did she not just immediately go here? It was like it surprised her that this tree was in this location.
And is the king there just all the time? He just
He just hangs out by the tree. That's what he does.
hangs at the tree.
This is where I think. Out
Now,
here.
was it just me? Did it feel out of character that Elrond decided to like, no, the rings are bad. I'm taking it. Dude, you were there agreeing with their creation, and you were like,
No.
yeah,
It's okay.
No, it's because
he found the scroll. He found the scroll.
and
Yeah.
realized Halbrand is not who he said he was, and he fucking deduced what was going on. Like, that's why Elrond doesn't trust it, because they got all this shit from... He was a little distrustful of Halbrand in the beginning, but he was trusting Galadriel. And then when he found that scroll after Galadriel had her fucking Sauron acid trip, is when he, like, demanded they put a stop
And the
to
fact that they had a scroll that conveniently
ass.
laid out everything again for the second time, just and she left it there after not telling anybody that Halbrand is Sauron was, it's very contrived. It's very
that's
stupid.
still not enough for me, because the scroll, he doesn't know that is Sauron. He's just like, oh, he isn't the person that Galadriel was.
Well, he
claiming
knows
that
it's
he
somebody
was.
bad. He knows it's somebody bad. He doesn't know it's Sauron. By the way, in the books, nobody knows it's Sauron. There's none of this Sauron paranoia, right? That's going on.
Don't you love that
don't
there's no
trust Anatar.
consequences? Don't you love that there's no consequences to this either? Like
none.
no consequences. Elrond, when he steals the rings and comes back, at first I thought, oh, there's a trial going on. Nope, he's just there.
No, they're just they got called to the manager's office right now. And they're getting a stern talking to. And they're
Galadriel made some
they're
freaking rings of power. She's fine.
And
I
they're
mean, Elrond gets fucked over like several times in season 1 and in 2. He gets completely lied to by Gil-galad when he's basically using him to trick his friend to get the mithril. And then he gets lied to by Galadriel about who Halbrand is in order to get them to make these rings. And then he's like he does the fucking right thing and is questioning whether we can actually use these and hope that they're like not tainted by Sauron. And once again, people are like, no, go fuck yourself, Elrond. Every person he comes into contact with ends up lying to him.
There's a bit where she says, you promised that if there was even like a slither of truth in anything I said, you would like go to the ends of the earth to fix it for me. It's like, yeah, he did. He jumped off a cliff to save you from yourself when you were shagging this guy who, or wanted to, who was making all the rings because you found Sauron and then fell in love with him. So he was literally breaking like his entire reputation, and she just threw it back in his face.
And he was acting as a surrogate for the audience and jumping off a cliff. That's
a very bad CGI green screen cliff.
That is supposed to be a lore reference, isn't it? Because like, his mother does it. Like, canonically, Elwing, his mother, jumps off a cliff with a Silmaril to escape when the Sons of Fëanor are coming to chase it down.
Yes.
And I think that's like, I'm pretty sure that is in their minds when they have this scene, because he's like, the rings in this sense serve the same function as the Silmarils, because obviously they've retconned the origin of the Silmaril, so now it has a lot to do with the Mithril, of course, and the Mithril is in the rings, and so he's basically doing what his mother did. I don't think the show has ever said that's what his mother did, but it has mentioned his father several times, so I believe that's what they're doing.
And there is a connection, the Celebrimbor connection. He's the grandson of Fëanor. So, and I think they did mention it. No, maybe.
I think they mentioned Fëanor in
a lot of mention of his
one.
father. But the only mention of his mother really is him saying, like, at least I guess, he says, I'm Elrond half-elf, right? Like, that's the only mention we get of his parentage besides his father.
Yes.
I also want to point out in this scene, like, I don't think, normies might pick up on this, but this is one of the worst scenes for Galadriel, because she knows that the embodiment of evil just helped make some of the most powerful doomsday items in the world, and she is reluctant to tell anyone. They have to drag it out of her, and she even tries to hide it. She starts it with his he wasn't who he said he was, and it's like, you stupid idiot, this is the most evil person in the world, right? You should be sounding the alarm, warning everyone, and she doesn't want to tell him. And the only reasons I can come up with is either she has the hots for him, which we all know she does, or she's embarrassed that she was so dumb that she didn't really get duped by him. She told him who he was, and so that's even worse. And it's her own narcissism that she doesn't want to basically come out and say, yeah, I stuffed up.
I think in the show, that's what it is.
The arguing in front of High King Gilgalad and is fucking ridiculous. But the fact that she throws Elrond's failure in Moria in his face to deflect from like wanting to fuck Sauron is unbelievable. And it wasn't even really his fault, right? So it's so dumb.
I can't believe the king just lets her off after hearing this. I feel like hearing that she was just, being, all huggy with Sauron himself, the king just like, all right, I trust you now. It's like, piss off. You would banish her for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, look at that jawline. I understand.
Well,
yeah, but no, he even said once you've trusted him, once you are under his control for basically forever, he can always worm inside your mind again. So she is essentially tainted at this point.
I had
she
an
can
ex
never
like
be trusted.
Yes, but she knows his mind.
Oh,
so the kid playing Elrond, you recognize him as young Ned Stark, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he was young Ned Stark.
Jumping on your points, Garrett, where she says, I know his mind. She literally says in that scene, I'm the only one who can defeat him because I know his mind. And I was like, we just saw a couple of retarded orcs defeat this guy.
Yeah.
How do you think you can defeat him? So dumb.
Well,
She thinks so highly of herself.
the character assassination is complete. Season 1 was the character assassination of Galadriel, and this one is the character assassination of Sauron. And they do a really good job in the first 3 episodes. Like a really good job of making Sauron a fucking idiot. So yeah, he jumps off the cliff and he meets Círdan, the shipwright, who, as Ryan mentioned, they needed to circle back to because he's a ring bearer and an elf with a beard and one of the oldest elves. And they mention that when they meet him. So just so you know. Then they repurpose dialogue from the fucking Lord of the Rings again in their conversation. It's there's so much they repurpose it's a lot of Peter Jackson stuff that they repurpose. Yes, they did repurpose some lines of dialogue from the book, but it's mostly Peter Jackson stuff, which is including The Hobbit. They actually repurposed some shit from The Hobbit in a later episode. So it's really sad. Repurposing stuff you don't have the rights to, which is funny. And I think they get away with it because it is a parody of sorts. So there's Halbrand on his way back to Mordor. And they gave us the font again, which thank God they gave us the font.
We wouldn't know otherwise.
Yeah. How many volcanoes?
That's how you know.
It just says Hawaii or something.
Yeah.
Great font.
That was one of the things too when they, when they made the rings, 3 will give balance and all this stuff in the first, like they didn't address at all, well, who's going to wear these things? Like the implication that if you didn't know who gets the rings, the implication would be that the 3 that were there would be the ones that get these rings. As opposed to, like, obviously it makes sense that Gilgalad would get one. Hey, one of the oldest, most wise elves, Kieran would get one. And then Celebrimbor, isn't he fucking desperately in love with Galadriel or something? That's why he gives her one. Isn't that like the reason
he follows her and Celeborn in the books? Like, he's a follower, right? But Celeborn.
Have you seen this man?
Very old.
Still unknown.
No, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like, ship Galadriel with Sauron, or ship her with her fucking husband, maybe?
But that's not as interesting, Gary.
Yeah, there's no danger there.
Yeah.
That sounds like a traditional family structure, and we're kind of going away
only
from
the evil
that.
orcs can
Yeah,
have
only the orcs.
Yeah, only the deep, dark abominations.
But yeah, I don't think Celebrimbor in this show is interested in women at all, to be honest with you. So
no.
Grandma Brimbor. And Chrissy, you say it looks good. It looks like Life of Brian, the costuming, with a little better budget. It's
I think there are
it's
parts
interchangeable.
that are,
like, the orcs look good.
There are parts that are shot that I do think looks really good. Obviously, the orcs look fucking hellish and gross and weird, and everything in Mordor is supposed to be dark, whatever. You go to in Linden when they actually use the rings and restore the tree. Like, there are some real pretty shots, but the amount of money they fucking spent on this, it damn well better
Be,
good.
yeah.
I think it looks
now, in terms
good,
of some of the
So
costuming,
okay, that is stupid. That is fucking stupid.
It's a retarded.
They're just making
I
shit
just
up
see
now.
The strain, like the strain vampires
Still.
where their nose dropped off look just like that.
Yeah.
When this character dies, he's going to turn into some green fart mist.
Probably.
No, it's an Easterling, and I
can,
promise you that dude's white. So
from the
What happens
images to
if you have
me,
too many nose jobs.
from the images, it looks way too polished. It doesn't look like a lived-in universe. It looks like a Broadway
this looks
play.
like a bad guy from Farscape, which is a fucking much better show, by the way. But it doesn't belong in fucking Lord of the Rings.
Isn't the whole reason for wearing them like they have a skin condition that they want the evil wizard person to cure for them? So
Yeah,
they're basically the Knights of Leprosy, and then they want him to heal their leprosy for them so they can take their masks off. Or something. It's not the strongest villain motivation I can think of.
Look, if you've got a skin condition and your nose has dropped off, at least have a mask which has a nose.
I
Like, you
know.
don't have to replicate your own condition with your mask.
Disparu, it's a skeletal mask. Come on.
It's supposed to be scary.
Indeed.
It looks like a mask that would be designed by AI.
So the whole
I bet it was.
dude, female Frodo and not Gandalf, they're just walking to Rune, right? That's pretty much all they're doing for the first 3 episodes. They eat some bugs. They completely repurpose 2 towers again, where they're being followed by some. They even say we're walking in circles. So they're like, they
And then they hide under the cloak.
Song that fucking song.
and they remind you of the song. Oh,
They're proud of the
this
dumb
was
stuff. For
disgusting.
sure.
Where he's like, oh, I can feel the legs against my throat, and that's the best bit. They're dancing. We used to sing songs to him to make them.
They want you to
the
eat the
insects
bugs.
dance.
Yep. Yeah.
eat the bugs. So somebody's following them, and lo and behold, it's female Sam that's following. And they do a trap, and that's supposed to remind you of the 2 towers when Sam and Frodo trap go. It's so fucking obvious, and
But also,
it happens 5 times. I've got the notes on this, Shad. So it's almost like an algorithmic beat. Like they're trying to find a song hook. Like, and there's 5 almost in each episode of instances of repurposing Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings specifically, and it's fucking cringe, and it stands out, and it shows that they have nothing creatively at all.
There's a lot of dumb, and the worst part about these scenes is just how boring they are. But they trip, not Sam, with a string that's basically lying on the ground. No idiot would ever trip.
That's made from the hair of an ice troll
think it's his
that I
hair.
killed in under 10 seconds.
Really?
No, I think it's genuinely his hair. It looks similar.
Oh no!
It
But
might
also,
be.
it's not a barren desert where you don't have any, points of reference or anything like that. There's actually landmarks that you can use. Like, all right, let's keep that behind us, and we're moving towards that thing in front of us. There's no way you're going to walk in a massive circle in this environment, right? Unless you are retarded, which they are. So
Yeah, I was gonna say
Because
you
they're
answered your
going
own question,
east.
Shad.
So just walk towards the sun.
Yes.
You'll be fine.
they even have a star constellation they're supposed to be following. There's your point
Yes.
of reference.
And the
idiot.
map, yeah.
Gosh, they can't even walk in a straight line. They're that mentally disabled.
But they were
It's
so proud of
hot.
that song, they had to reference back to their song. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. It's like, man, that song was so good. Let's remind everybody about that. Let's just have it be relevant.
So they just run into female Sam, and they're being pursued by the leprosy Easterlings, and they find a well in the middle of the desert with a giant Eye of Sauron flag on it, and they're like, "Let's drink this water. I'm sure it'll be fine."
The well has a huge bell on it for no other reason than they don't need it to make a noise, and it does. Oh dear! Now the leprosy knights have found us. It's just
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that. That seemed kind of random, the whole thing with the bell and the knots.
I thought it was because if somebody, water's scarce, so if someone's stealing your water, you want to be alerted. It's like a burglar alarm. But she's just watching this make a load of noise and not thinking, I should probably
Not
stop
doing
that. This
anything
is going to
about
go
it.
horribly wrong.
Yeah.
But then the owners of that well don't even appear. It's the leprosy people that
Well,
appear.
they might own it.
And then what they do is they decide, hey, we need to get away from these people tracking us. So let's go to the open desert where everyone can see us.
Brilliant.
I just like that after they were stealing the water and they turned up, his first line was, "We were just having a drink of water." It's like, great, cheers. Don't even deny it.
This is when they go to the east, this is one of those instances where Tolkien did account for different skin colors, and let's see if they do that or not. We'll have to see.
It depends if they're going to be evil.
Well,
Yeah, if they're evil, they're
obviously,
gonna be light.
obviously.
his plan here is because he has the rings, and Elrond gave them to him, and he says, "Well, there's another volcano just to the west of us. It's under the water. I'm going to go and I will throw the rings into the underwater volcano." Because nothing is more beautiful than Valinor, and so he goes there, and the sea just kind of burps at him.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't believe why. What caused that? And it's because the writers are so incompetent that they write themselves into a hole multiple times. Okay, this happens several times, like them getting trapped in the desert and they need water, otherwise they'll die. And now they need a reason for him to look at the rings, and so they have a random Deus Ex Machina piece of contrived bullcrap happen to solve the problem that they created for themselves because they're that incompetent to figure out a reason for it.
I don't think it's that. I think that they've watched the movies and they think all the rings of power are the one ring, and that was the rings trying not to get themselves destroyed. I think they think they're sentient.
No,
That's what I kind of got.
That's
from
what they
that
show
too.
the camera when the rings fall on the ground and then it rolls over to Galadriel
and then they
so she can
tempt
pick it up.
him.
That they're implying that it has some kind of power of its own to guide itself to people.
Well,
that's what it feels.
It does.
Like they're trying
It
to
does
say.
because the rings are based on elements.
Oh my gosh, you might have a point.
So
because
that's
they have made
that's the only
these are
thing
all
I
the
can
one
think of
rings.
is it made the sea bubble up because the ring was in proximity. So
Gosh, yeah.
Well, if there's a volcano down there, maybe there's bubbles. I don't know. It's genius, guys.
All the
Come on.
rings are the one ring. They're just as evil. That is such a bit of massive canon lore breaking.
Well,
bullcrap.
even when Elrond originally jumps off the cliff, there's that whole bit where it does the dark music and he grips them, and it kind of implies he's like, well, he can't give them up either. So he's even willing to risk his own life. There's a lot of hinting that people can't give up the rings and they're still envious of it.
Look at this scene right here. This is a my precious look
Yes.
right here.
Well,
They even have like the slight ringing sound when people are wearing them and looking at them.
Right.
Like, they're definitely going for
Sounds
that
like
vibe.
tinnitus.
You would expect somebody to ask a question of this, Elrond in particular, because Elrond goes to Círdan because he is the oldest, wisest, and the only person he can trust. And Círdan explicitly says there is nothing more beautiful in the world than Valinor. And then he comes back, still has the rings, and says there are things as beautiful as Valinor. And Elrond never asks him why he's changed his mind. Nor does anybody ask Elrond, and nor does anybody ask Círdan when he's about to go and throw them in. It's like, if you do this, you are actually killing the elves according to Rings of Power lore, because they need the rings to preserve their own lives, never mind the world around them, which is what the rings are supposed to be there for. So, but that's a perfectly sensible reason if you actually wanted to explore this in dialogue for Círdan changing his mind. If the stakes are explained to him and he goes there and he thinks, you know what, no, I don't want to be responsible for the genocide of my entire race. Sorry, I can't do it. And then you've got a character reason for the decisions happening, which allows them to bounce off each other and you can flesh them out, their priorities and their motives. But no, we've just got burping sea and he comes back and changes his mind and nobody asks him anything about what happened.
And then Gil-galad just black pills and decides to leave and it gets all the elves to leave like in half a day. Like, we're all leaving now. Later.
When he's talking to Elrond, they do have the conversation that essentially this would mean going back to Valinor and it would leave the land of men to themselves. And I think Elrond basically goes, yeah, but it's better than Sauron basically being in control of everybody, which is what these rings are for.
Well, that's insane. They actually know Sauron's plan for the rings in the second episode. And I don't know how they figured that out. I just intuited it out of anything.
Well,
but
Elrond just thinks they're tainted.
The conversation between Círdan and Elrond, he repeats back what Galadriel tells him in The Lord of the Rings. Would you abandon Middle Earth to its fate? He essentially says the same thing, and Elrond's like, yeah. Actually, I would. So it's supposed to mirror that. But so once Gil-galad thinks it's the rings are gone and that's it, because Galadriel fucking Sherlock's where Elrond is like in one conversation. Well, he would go to the oldest and wisest with a beard who works on ships. Naturally, he'd go there and she figures it out, gets there in no time at all. And Elrond says, well, I already got rid of him. We already got rid of him. But it turns out they didn't. They didn't.
Well, for 1,000 years to find that castle, but in this, she's like, boom, I know exactly where he is.
Yep, she's talking to Gil-galad, and she actually says somebody older and wiser than you. And it's like, so she manages to insult the king as she's working it out at the same time.
She's just such a likable character. She is, dude. And then they finish up this part. I love that shot of them holding up the... And it looks like he's about to flip him off. It's like, fuck you.
I like how he's holding it like a ring pop.
Yeah.
Look, I got this.
This is a Captain Planet moment.
I was going to say, like one of the kids from Captain Planet.
Fire.
Did you notice
Power of old man.
When they go for their money shot and they're all holding their hands up at the rings, like you could tell the shot went on too long because like two of the hands, including Morphin Clark's, are starting to move and shake a little bit. Yeah, it's fucking so bad.
Like one of them's got Parkinson's.
Yeah, it's like you could tell they hung on to that shot too long, never getting tired. Yeah, and the episode ends with them circling back, and Sauron ends up at Eregion. And Celebrimbor didn't get that really important message. He knew he was getting a message, but he didn't get the message that Halbrand is Sauron. So he's like, yeah, but dude, come on in. It's all good. After, he resists a little bit. He plays hard to get.
T-Mobile commercial.
Yeah, he plays hard to get. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can come in, but you have to stay in the porch.
Yeah, I'd imagine the message that he thinks he's going to get is like, did the rings fucking work?
Yes.
Like, did this actually happen? Because he obviously hasn't heard shit about that yet. And
by the way, yes, the rings work immediately. Immediately. As soon as they put them on, everything's fine. The black splooge is gone. The tree leaves are growing again. It just happens like that.
I was really hoping the tree's leaves would get vacuumed back onto the tree. I was hoping it like rewind time.
Going back up. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I also think this contradicts the canon thing.
She's smiling again.
See on a horse. I think what the rings are doing here contradicts what they're supposed to actually do in the lore. They don't repair things that are broken, to my knowledge. They just stay off the decay of time by postponing the wariness of the world.
They can heal. I mean, they have power.
They can heal stuff.
They can heal the land. The land. They can.
Okay.
Yeah, but they can preserve it. But there's even talk of in the books when they're at the Council of Elrond, when they're talking about getting rid of the One Ring, and they're like, well, why not just throw it in the bottom of the ocean? And he's all, well, the world changes and moves, and somebody might find it someday. we can't do that. We have to destroy it utterly. And what happens if the ring is destroyed? Well, some think that the power will fade. You know, we hope against that, but many fair things in this world will go away. But that's it doesn't happen instantly. No. But this show happens instantly. Everything happens the next day or within a couple of hours. Like I said, Gil-galad just gets all the elves together to leave, and they're singing their song in like a half a day. It's like, damn.
Look at her hand. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
Kid Parkinson's over here.
Yeah. And then also Elrond, you saw him just walking away too, because no consequences for his actions.
So you could tell like they're telling him to hold their hands up for that shot, and they took a long time, and their hands they're all getting tired.
Yeah, and
Gil-galad should get tired. He's wearing fucking a million rings.
Yeah, he's got like 5 pounds on that hand. Yep.
But that's also not how men display rings or their fingernails or anything. That's how women do it. If you notice Sergen, he made a fist to show the rings. And so you can tell that a woman arranged this shot because of how it's done.
Absolutely. It looks like a Palmolive commercial. Oh, I just
it's like, look at my candy.
Let's all show our rings.
Isn't it the
man would show you a fist.
the Jackson films there, right? Like that's what they're doing, because I'm sure there is basically the same shot with the 3 rings. So like they're just stealing that.
From the prologue.
Yep.
I still can't believe they let Galadriel have that ring because it just rolled to
Dude, it's
her.
ridiculous.
Like,
Ridiculous.
This is one of the most powerful items in the world, okay? And you're giving it to an idiot that, wanted to have sex with the embodiment of evil. Sure, go ahead.
But she's a fierce general.
But she didn't.
You're describing every woman in the world, Shaq. As someone who's been described as the embodiment of evil before, I can identify that.
There it is.
Next week on.
Wow, that's it on in episode 3.
We've gone past the bit where Waldrig dies, MVP of season 1.
Yeah.
The guy who made Mordor.
He Sauron talks to a warg and he eats him because he beat Sauron in the cell.
So I thought they were going to do something clever, because Sauron's supposed to be the master manipulator, and we know from season 1 Waldrig actually secretly really wants to serve Sauron and was disappointed when it was Adar instead. So I thought, well, they're in a prison cell together. He's going to manipulate him to turn on Adar, and that could exploit something that we've actually developed for Waldrig's character. But no, he just tells a dog to bite his face off.
Yep.
But I would go like, based on the reactions from what I just saw from you guys, it does seem like there's a lot less frustration and just more boredom and sick and tired of it than anything. That's what I'm getting from this. It's like we already know there's no expectation of anything good, which there wasn't in the first season either. But it's just, it feels like this was just a more of a chore to get through than most of the shit we watch.
Even on 1.8 speed, this thing was incredibly boring.
Yes, yeah. There's a lot of scenes with no dialogue whatsoever, which are nice, but they take up so much time and they're not showing anything interesting. So you have to do like double speed, 3 times speed, just to get through those portions.
It is interesting when you're editing the clips and stuff. They can be like 3, 4, 5 seconds between parts of a sentence being spoken.
There is. I edit all those pauses out, and it's still a bit long. Yeah, they pad a lot of time on this.
I mean, episode 1 was bad, and I think it's really bad because of how boring it is. But at the same time, it doesn't have someone jumping off of a boat to commit suicide and then swim across an ocean, like to that level that I think that had a bigger impact on the normies to get checked out of season 1.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like this season, Galadriel is much less cringe girlboss. I still think that's coming because they're obviously about to go down. They're about to be sent to Eregion, and Elrond's going to lead, and Galadriel's not going to be happy about that. I just think, in general, it's not going to turn as many people off right away. For people that know the story, it's driving them absolutely crazy because of the way some of these things are playing out.
I could have used a scene where they're describing Sauron's back and him getting undressed and going
the
into
predatory gaze.
Yes.
I also think that one of the things I found interesting in the first 3 episodes, the most well-received trailers that we've seen for season 2 are the ones that are just showing all-out battles.
Yeah.
Right?
Episode 7.
Just the battles. That's really what they wanted to push, that it's really like all ramped up. And the first 3 episodes were absent of that. We had the little conflict where, Arondir does a couple random flips and shoots some dudes to save Isildur, and then we see at the end the little scuffle that Isildur and Theo end up getting into. Other than that, there wasn't anything. So I don't know if some people are going to be surprised by that.
They get saved by the Ents, but you know who comes back? This is for Jeremy. Get that one. Get her back. Guess who's back? Back again.
Bronwyn. Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
No. Feminem.
Oh yeah.
Real Slim Shady.
Well, all I know is whatever this is more masculine than the real Eminem. That's the sad reality of 2024. More masculine than the actual Eminem at this point.
This bleached out eyebrow look is coming back, by the way.
Thanks, Chrissy.
Just, what I can over here.
Come back next week. We all have bleached out eyebrows.
It's so in right now. It's so hot.
We haven't
so
talked
hot
about
right
this. The Dark Wizard question mark, whatever the hell this is.
Sauron ripoff.
Did he say
He looks
69? Did he
Arab.
say 69 for
Saruman.
69 at any point in time? So.
He was a Jason.
But he did
the
say
reverse Jack Murphy beard.
He did say Acolyte. He did say Acolyte.
He did. It triggered me, man.
It did.
He was like my acolyte. Oh my god.
This guy contradicts his own story multiple times in the same scene because he resurrects the person and then asks them about stuff, and they start talking about things. And he goes, "Yeah, and I've heard about this stranger who's walking along with hobbits." And they go, "Oh yeah, we couldn't do anything about that." He goes, "Maybe I wasted my blood resurrecting you." It's like, you knew. You were the one that told them that you hadn't done anything about them, and then got angry that you'd brought them back. And then immediately afterwards, that guy comes along and goes, "Well, we can deal with them." He goes, "Well, no. If my acolyte can't even deal with them, then how are you going to do it?" After he just ranted at them that they were crap and couldn't do anything in the first place.
I could never remember his name, but he played Mance Rayder and Aberforth Dumbledore. And after he's interviewed for both, like, "Hey, you've been in Game of Thrones and Harry Potter," he's like, "I don't care. I just show up and do a fucking. I don't care.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Remind me, is Feminem? Is it a woman or a man? I don't know.
It's a woman.
Okay.
It's a woman.
Supposed to be a woman. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Sizable rack.
Kieran Hines is too good for this.
Breast detected.
Yes, and she supposedly died in the first season, but he brings her back, and does what Disparu just described, and yeah, I don't know, like, a dark wizard at this time really wasn't around, so maybe it's the Witch King of Angmar in early days. I don't know. I like the show
the
is
wrong place for that. Like,
he's in the
main
very
problem is
wrong place for that.
Very wrong place, wrong side of the world, even.
Yeah,
But, like, my problem is that we do not need this person. Like,
Yeah.
one of the main things that makes Rings of Power so hard even to get any kind of investment in is that it's got so many different plot threads going at the same time with so many different and disparate characters, most of whom don't interact, most of whom have never met each other before, so they can only ever talk about the mission they're on and not their background, unlike, say, Elrond and Durin. And now they keep adding to them. So we've got evil dark wizard guy, and we've already got Sauron to keep track of, and we've got Adar to keep track of on the bad side. So now it's 3. And then Isildur's got his new wench, and she's going to be important for some reason to keep him out of the main plot because they haven't got anything else to do with him. I don't want more. I want you to focus on a couple of things and do them right before you start exploding your world.
Nope, but they need a dark wizard, no, there's not supposed to be any wizards. There's no mention of hobbits. They're not supposed to be part of this story. He's in the wrong part of the world. Doesn't mean they're not going to do that, especially since we're going to get whites, the barrow whites. They won't be around barrows, but they're going to be showing up later, and they look Easterling-ish.
Yeah, I mean, like, I wouldn't put it past them to move them as well, but
Yep.
like, didn't Tolkien sort of change his mind a few times, like on the Blue Wizards, for example? Originally,
Yes.
they came with the rest, and they did come in the Second Age, and they did go east, but they went from being, they probably felt a corruption to actually know they were good and did lots of good work. I mean, maybe they're sort of cribbing from the earlier inspiration where they came earlier and fell, as opposed to that, but
Maybe, yeah, because he's changed their names and changed their motivation. There's contradictory stuff there for sure.
Let's be honest, these people won't know that even if he did.
No.
I mean,
No.
in this series, they're introducing the stores that live by rivers and are notorious for their water-like living and diving, and they've set them in the desert. So they really don't care about anything in the lore at all.
No.
Harfoots.
Aside from the lore, it's really boring and bad and contrived, and we don't
Unless
care
you're
about
a woman.
unless I don't, Chrissy. It's understandable, okay.
The whole time I was like, let me run a comb through their hair. Something.
You gotta pick the lice out.
Oh, because we needed another repurposed scene from Lord of the Rings. We have female Sam and female Frodo hiding from an Easterling.
They're hiding seek champions,
Yeah.
okay?
No,
It is, all right.
But
That's the
look
one
where
thing they
this
do
got
right, though.
Gandalf.
The one thing they did right is when they're clearing up camp real fast, and the hobbits or the Harfoots just completely disappear. That's the one fucking thing they did right. That's what hobbits do.
But so does the giant wizard. So it's like
No. He's ducking
had to
behind
walk
a
away.
bush. Yeah, he's just behind a bush, and these idiots can't even find him.
It's hard to look
Yeah,
through
Chad.
these masks, Chad.
Not just
Yeah.
that. He's hiding behind a bush.
Peripheral
Yeah, maybe if you took off your
burlap
fucking
snack
mask,
buildup.
you could find somebody.
Hard to see in these masks.
Yeah.
Never find shit.
So how fucking hot are those things going to get under the desert sun? No wonder they've got skin conditions.
Yeah, I
They're
know,
wearing
right?
it
Maybe if they just took their masks off, they'd be fine. If you stop picking that, that'll heal.
God,
So-
she looks so frumpy and dumpy.
It looks
It's-
so bad. This is
like this entire story arc with fake Gandalf and fake hobbits. It doesn't need to be in the show.
No, it doesn't at all.
Yeah, at all.
Like, there's no fucking reason for it.
I like
their
that they
entire
actually tried
plot
to
arc
tell
is,
us what it
I want
was
to go
because they
east.
gave him a dream where he dreams of a stick, and that's what he's
Yeah.
aiming for. We have to
Yeah.
have a MacGuffin for the plotline to make sense. So he's desperately searching for his stick, and he
Well, he
finds one,
finds
but it turns
one.
out to be the wrong stick.
It finds one. No, it just magically appears out of nowhere, and it's just suddenly there.
It was being used to hold. It was being used to hold the bucket, right?
Yeah.
To like hold the thing up, and she throws it out of the way, which is what then causes it to go ring, 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 which is such a weird. I don't know why those two things were attached to each other. Why do you need your well bucket to also ring a ding a ling a bell when it goes down? I don't know.
But that entire
yeah.
scene is so funny though, because like, the reason he wants a stick is because he won't use magic because he's scared of losing control. He picks up a random stick. He says, it kind of looks like the one in my dream. I'm going to test it by summoning a fucking tornado. Oh, shit, I can't control it. Oh, no, wrong stick.
Oh, and I laughed my head off when the two hobbits get yeeted into the
that was the best part. I was
Oh,
cheering.
it's
I was
like-
like, yeah, finally.
It's like Wizard of Oz shit, man. We're not in Rune anymor.
End it there. They're dead.
In
Plot
the
that
interest of
storyline.
saving a little sanity and time. So we, oh gosh, the
Yeah.
dwarf
Okay, we gotta
storyline.
do this right.
There's so many storylines that don't like Numenor. We just talked about it. They basically picked their leader with a fucking eagle. That was pretty much it. And Muriel just didn't think it was a good idea to have any security on the Palantir. The crystal ball. Then we have the dwarves who can't talk to the mountain anymore. There's an earthquake that closes all of their basically the holes that they dug so they the sunlight can shine through on their crops because dwarves, famous vegetarians, by the way, and
and hate the dark.
yeah. So
yeah.
they need to figure out a way to fix that, and it's Durin the third and Durin the fourth are in a fight, and it's about going back and forth and like, will they ever talk to each other? And they need to because Celebrimbor finally invites Durin the younger to offer him the rings. Basically, that we need Mithril, and that's that whole thing. Disa's in there, and
She shrieks.
She shrieks.
You skipped over my
She
favorite
sings.
scene where Disa is having a go at Durin for wanting to buy too much food.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, like, it also feels so contrived because, like, their sun tunnels collapse. Is that such a big problem? Because dwarves, they're not known for being good diggers or anything. That's they can have a hard time clearing that path.
Yeah, it's broken as well.
They
because
need
I
sunlight,
quite
right?
liked the dwarves in season one. I thought they were some of the stronger elements of season one because they actually seemed like characters and they kind of cared about each other. But unfortunately, season one completely breaks the premise of this one. So the idea is that the sun tunnels have collapsed, but also the farms are just corrupted because there's a map sequence showing evil tendrils of darkness, which is just telling you that evil has spread over how long, I don't know. But there's a couple of problems. In the first place, if you're running out of food, you can literally just go outside because Durin does that. He goes outside to travel to Eregion. But in the second place, in season 1, the whole deal over Mithril was the elves promising to supply you for 500 years with everything you need in exchange for Mithril. And the dwarves need food and they need resources. They don't need magic rings. They don't know what magic rings are. They don't believe in them. So why, when Durin goes to meet Celebrimbor, he doesn't just say, you know what, keep your weird magic rings. I don't trust them, but I will take all that food you promised us and we'll give you some Mithril in return. Problem solved. Kingdom saved. No need for the rings. Solved. They don't do that, though, because they don't want to do that.
They offer them 500 years of supplies, basically. Like, that was the deal in season 1. And I know some people like Disa or whatever in season 1. I personally feel I get Jonathan Majors vibes from her. Not like she's gonna like beat her partner. Well, maybe, but she'd be more likely to eat her partner. But just the over the top, almost stage acting performances from her, I find it really like wears on me. I don't like the actress in her role.
Oh,
it doesn't translate well. Yeah.
And Disa is always right. She's the one telling Durin what to do and all
the sea cow is always right.
Yeah. Yeah, she's well, the whole thing was annoying. It was like you're eventually Durin is eventually going to forgive his son. We're continually waiting for characters to catch up what the audience already knows. That's all this is. While sprinkling in some mystery box about things we just don't give a shit about. And if anybody's read the books, we know where this ends. I don't know how you turn this Galadriel into the Galadriel Lady of Light. I don't think it's even possible at this point. She's just going to be, she's the Lady of Fight. She's Warrior Galadriel. She's fucking insufferable. But like all this was, it looks fine. Like it looks okay, but it's boring as shit. God, this was fucking boring, man. Oh my God. That's the one thing. Normies, if these were 20-minute episodes, I'd buy that more normies would be into this. But the fact that like the first one was an hour and 13 minutes, they're going to fucking dip out. Unless you just like watch TV like a screensaver. Basically, you're just looking at your phone and occasionally you'll peek up every 10, 15 minutes or so.
They break Durin's character in this as well, because he's been deposed, he's no longer the heir to the throne, so he has to go down and work in the mines, which is presented as this brand new thing he's never done before, and all the mining dwarves take the piss out of him for being incredibly soft. But season 1, he's personally mining all the mithril. He's the one who runs into mines to save dwarves after it collapses. Like that's not new to him. It's just that the show like has completely reset him, so he has to go on an arc from this brand new lowly position that it forgot to put him in season 1.
Yep. And that's it just seems like I can't completely buy. Maybe season 2 was written beforehand, but it seems like they have reacted to a lot of criticism, specific criticism.
It did sound like they started this season from scratch almost, because the way J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay, I watched this one interview, and Patrick McKay says, with season 1, we built a pyramid. It was a shitty pyramid, but he built a pyramid. And then he said, then we had to build another pyramid from scratch.
Why?
Yeah, but you didn't, though, because you had the base of the first season. No, from scratch. Okay.
But it's not the pyramids from the Giza Plateau. It's like the mud brick pyramids.
The later on in the dynasty, after the dynasties.
This script was written before season 1 was shown, and they've already said that any criticism was just background noise to them. They read everything but didn't consume any of it because they're their own worst critics, and so they don't really pay attention to it.
Sure.
I don't believe that at all.
No, they've said that in multiple interviews.
They are liars. They're known liars. Yeah. They continue to lie. They're a couple of yes men. J.D. Payne is the one who actually is a Lord of the Rings fan and knows about stuff. But Patrick McKay is the bullshitter. He's the guy who goes in and does the pitches and stuff and doesn't know shit. So
very much seems that way if you watch an interview with them. Their body language and their relationship. Yeah, it seems that way.
They haven't learnt a thing from season 1. And look, this season was written before or at the same time as season 1. You can tell it's got so many of the same problems, and any type of change that they're trying to say that they did in response to supposed criticism, this is just band-aids on an unfixable chasm of problems.
Yeah, and where do you go ahead from this? They've got $1 billion into this thing. and that's not counting the money they moved from New Zealand. As we wrap this up, we do have to. I don't know if you can find the article. They paid some organization to say this was the greenest show. Some environmental group was like,
good Lord,
we give
who
you the
fucking cares?
green seal of approval, and a bunch of people, including yours truly, threw up all the articles of them fucking up the land in New Zealand, chopping. Okay, think about this. Tolkien hated industry, did not like the combustion engine, did not like the destruction of the English countryside. They chopped down trees in the UK for this show, so much so that the town around it was fucking pissed, and they talked about it.
Why do you think the Ents in episode 3 attacked those people because they were cutting down a tree?
Yes,
that was Tolkien's will, essentially, to protect the countryside.
But this show, Amazon would be everything Tolkien hated about industry, by the way. The fact that this is even happening is hilarious. So yeah, that's how full of shit they are. And the fact, I don't know if you can find that article. It was just a tweet. I responded to it. Everybody and they killed a couple of horses. So filming season 2. Yeah.
Better had a go at them. But where I do think that the showrunners learned was the marketing. Like, the marketing was done majorly differently.
Yes.
There was a few people who rebelled. There was that one GQ article where they couldn't resist. But overall, they took a different tactic. And they also did the whole, it's Machiavellian, he's manipulating stuff. And it's just not in the show. So it does feel like the marketing campaign was for an entirely different series that they kind of wanted to write, but lacks the ability to. And so we're watching like the real life compared to what they wish.
To state the obvious, just like with the Acolyte and many other examples, a show is only as smart as its writer. And I don't think they're capable of being Machiavellian at all.
No, their idea of Machiavellianism is having a character turn up somewhere and completely by luck achieving what he wants to, but then having a different character somewhere else talk about how clever he was at manipulating his way to get there, even though it doesn't happen. It's Arf Arison, clever manipulator, is chosen by Eagle, but then he's a clever manipulator. And same thing with Sauron, turns up on someone's front door, gets a bit wet, gets invited in, and someone else says, he's so clever, he gets in your mind, he does all of this. Like, I would like to have seen him do it.
Well, it's got Ahsoka Grand Admiral Thrawn vibes.
Yes.
To confirm everything you just said there, little Platoon, right? Season 1, was framed. The entire season was that Sauron went out of his way to seek out Galadriel because Galadriel was hunting him for so long and he wanted to figure out and get in her head and mess with her, right? And so it seemed framed like he purposely found where she was and met her in the ocean. Season 2 is telling us now that was all complete friggin' luck. He did not mean to run into her at all. And just think about the astronomical bullcrap of that, running into the person who's been hunting you for 500 years in the middle of a friggin' ocean. And that's what they're trying to tell you now. Yep, that was just circumstance.
What they should have done is played into the One Ring and been like, well, his power was in the One Ring, but it's not now. And so that power is in him. And so he naturally influences the area around him and the people around him. Yeah. And just gone, it's magic. I mean, Wheel of Time did it, that there is people that fate swirls around. You could have just done it with this, and it would have been believable. And you also have a get out of jail free card that you could use whenever you wanted.
But they're not that smart. They're not going to try and...
That's the easiest thing to do. That's the most obvious, crappiest way to do it. And they can't even do that.
Why didn't they recast Bronwyn?
Good question.
This is such a peculiar decision. My assumption is that they just ran out of ideas for what to do with her.
Oh, no, she wanted to leave. She's doing some kind of feminist thing.
Yeah, she said that, her work as an activist and she does something for, women in Iran that get abused or something, whatever the fuck it is, right? She said that that was more important to her than acting, so she quit acting. So it's not like they wanted to get rid of the character. She straight up quit, and that's why they had a funeral for her in, scene that she would be present in.
If you go back over season 1, how important they make her one of the most important characters in the world. She is the moral center of the entire Southland story. Her entire arc is the reluctant hero. She gets hit by the arrows. She recovers. She gets a lot better. She's in meetings with the Queen talking about the future. She leads her people to Pelagia. She's clearly being set up to be one of the anchor beings of Rings of Power. And then, we thought she was getting better, but I kind of forgot orc arrows might be dangerous until she died.
They kill you slowly. Well, hey, you know what? Some credit to her, because at least she's fighting for women's rights in Iran and not, on the corner of the United States where, women are.
Oh, yeah.
obviously
I give her a lot of credit,
just.
just her and Joseph Malwy for leaving the fucking show after season 1.
That's a great point, too.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Rings of Power season 2, not good. Not shocked at all. I was just, it's actually worse when it comes to, they said we're going to go back to the book, we're going to circle back to lore. No, again, it's just Easter eggs. There's nothing canonical about this at all.
They bastardized the lore more in season 2.
Yes.
In my respect, than season 1.
In the first 3 episodes, more than the entirety of season 1.
It's shocking.
It's pretty bad.
Look at what they did to the orcs. Look at how they rewrote the entire purpose of the Rings of Power. Now they're all as bad. Yeah, that's the scene. Like that's the. Oh, I see what they did there. Power of AI. Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
That is horrible. I actually found a video clip of a Rings of Power fan. If you want to play it, I just dropped it in the private chat.
Yeah,
this is a Rings of Power fan right here, and Acolyte fan, by the way. So it's both.
We're gonna get to Acolyte next after this.
Well,
believe
a
it or not.
big fan of the series right here. We're about to see. And
Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Oh no.
Is this a fan or one of the writers? I can't tell.
It's really a Harry Potter.
What the fuck
This is better than Australia.
This is a long performance.
This is better than Australian breakdancing.
I really enjoy the surrealism of the underlying metaphor. The metaphysical imagery is really quite effective.
Yes.
I just love when he walks off and he's like, I can't believe they paid me for that.
I'm done.
This is what I picture every time I wonder what Az is doing because he's not on FNT.
Dude, there's a lot of memes that can be
When he jumps on the sofa.
Yeah.
Oh, the jump.
Wow.
It's hard.
That was actually me when my wife and kids left for a week. I was just alone in the house.
When you abandon standards and merit, we get crap like that, and people would say it's high art.
It's performance
Your
art.
imagination, Shad. It's high art.
Hey, in 4 years it'll be an Olympic event. Just wait.
Yeah, so
That-
it's
that was
Fentanyl, the musical.
That's me if I ever get drunk. So I'll just keep I'll keep being
Stay
straight
sober.
edge. So, yeah.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Oh my God. So the Acolyte, the gift that keeps on giving, I am so ready to be fucking done talking about this shit. And then Amandla Stenberg, to follow up her diss track, goes out and makes a response to the Acolyte getting canceled last week. And yeah, it wasn't good. It's the alt-right. It's the alt-right, guys.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with the low viewership. Not in the slightest.
Yeah,
Do you think she could define any of the terms she uses in this video?
No.
Okay,
No.
since,
She is
Chrissy,
stupid.
explain since I'm not a girl, obviously I'm a dude. What's the deal with women wanting to talk stuff while they're doing their hair or doing their makeup? Is that
Don't get ready with me, Gary.
Yeah, Ryan knows.
okay, Ryan? How in the fuck do you know that?
I've opened Instagram once in my fucking life and seen a reel of women doing "Get Ready with Me" or whatever the fuck it's called.
Okay,
You don't want to watch her put in her fake hair or whatever the hell's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. That's black stuff. I don't know what that is all about.
You got a fork in there. She's squeezing it.
that's
braiding her
bullshit.
hair.
We know you know all about it.
Yeah. So my favorite part of this is actually in the beginning when she's like, I can't tell you how much I hate doing this. I hate just speaking off the top of my head and not reading my thoughts on a cue card. Like that's just like so ironic because it's very true. for a lot of these actors and actresses. But I mean, one of the interesting things I took away from this 8-minute and 30-second, speech about the Acolyte was there was no, hey guys, we see all you out there pushing for a season 2. Keep at it. We really appreciate it. Maybe something can change. It was a very resigned, yeah, this show's canceled. Canceled those racist bigots and people in the alt-right. And I expected it after so much racist backlash that just cancel it. Not much hope for you. Renew the
That's
Acolyte.
the cult. Hey guys, if we have this much power, right? Fuck. What other shows we can get canceled? What can we do?
Yeah.
What about all the other things we tried to get canceled and never got canceled?
Yeah, well, it comes back to there is nobody at Lucasfilm that wanted to cancel this show. If anything, they were going to go out of their way to keep this show going.
Yep.
The fact that they felt that they had to cancel it after one season, it just shows you that it was even worse than we imagined. It was even worse than what we reported. Because there's no fucking way that they would have canceled it if there was even a chance. Go ahead, Disparu.
But that's the subtext of all of this. If you're saying that toxic fans hated the show and didn't watch the show and that's why it got cancelled, well, now toxic fans just mean the majority of the Star Wars audience.
Exactly.
Which means you should make things for those toxic fans. Whether you agree with them or not, it doesn't matter what they want. It doesn't matter who they want. It doesn't matter if they are all the things that you say they are. You still need to make them or just stop making stuff for Star Wars. Those are your only choices.
Yes. Yep. I'm just glad, I don't know why the alt-right didn't show up for the first couple seasons for Mandalorian, Andor, but just glad Steve Bannon made the call, sent the email out, mobilized everybody to take down the Acolyte, because that was clearly the priority there, apparently.
Collect call from federal prison.
Character, right? Yeah. She was a woman. I was like, oh, God, I can't stand her.
So stupid, man.
It's so pathetic, and it really shows just how awful most modern actors are encapsulated in this. She can't take any responsibility for the terrible performance, her attitude, driving away fans, or anything like that. No, it's everyone else's fault, and they're racist, and they just hate me because I'm black. It's all she's so vapid and narcissistic.
Well, and like she doesn't have to take any responsibility for anything in terms of like her response. Her response should simply be like, really sad that the show was canceled. We had a great time, had a lot of great experiences with the Star Wars fans, and I'm glad for those that watched it, enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to seeing what other opportunities I've had, yada yada yada. That's really all she has to fucking say, and there's no issue, there's no controversy, whatever. But the reality of it is we're talking about somebody who literally made a fucking diss track halfway through. So of course she wasn't going to just say that. Of course she was going to sit there and blame it on the fans, the racist, toxic fans out there. So this is par for the course with what we've expected from her.
I think she also had to defend during the diss track because she's done it multiple times. After the diss track, she then went on that open panel show, whatever it was.
The View. She went on The View.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Because your show has been so popular and such a hit, you've become a target. And it's like, well, it's starting off with lies, I see. Got it.
And as we saw with Variety, they said that a source inside it that was dealing with it said they made that diss track was an easy target and it helped towards the cancellation or something like that. And so I think that she probably has been specifically targeted as you did not help this show personally. And so the more excuses she can put forward at why she had to do it and the justifications, probably she can point to it in the future and be like, well, no, I had no other choice. I wasn't the reason the show got cancelled. So I think this is a bit of a defensive maneuver by attacking people.
So the question is, do you think she's going to get fired as a result of this?
No.
What do you mean?
Well, they got canceled.
She's already fired. Yeah.
Well, I get that. I'm talking about for future Disney projects because they tend to recycle actors quite a bit.
So you mean get other work? That time will tell.
Stop her from getting other work.
Stop her from getting other work. Time will tell. I don't think she's a very talented actress, so I don't think she was going to get work anyway. But we'll see.
Yeah, she gave a horrific performance in The Acolyte, both as May and Osha. It was not good. She was not the biggest problem with the show. The biggest problem with the show at the core was the writing.
Yep.
It wouldn't matter who was in that role. Somebody could give a very compelling performance, and at the end of the day, you might be trying to polish a turd because it was abysmal writing.
Yep. Yeah, Carrie Ann Moss was in
things,
it.
certainly.
No, if everybody would have shut up, if Kathleen Kennedy hadn't come out and said what she said something about it's hard for women to get in.
Male Star Wars fans.
Male
It's so
Star
hard
Wars
for
fans.
women.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard for women that we put in leadership roles to make terrible things here, because you know what happens? They make something bad and they get criticized.
Yeah.
How is that supposed to happen? That's not okay.
So they brought this all on themselves. You start a war with your paying customer, and whether she's being specific to a group or not, it really goes out like scattershot. It hits everybody, and they get fucking pissed off every time. The best thing to do is shut the fuck up. You think Kathleen Kennedy would know that at this point?
Yeah. Well, here's I've got a bold prediction, guys. Okay, so bear with me. I don't think we've ever talked about this on the show, but I think this might be the end for Kathleen Kennedy, guys. I think
this is
a
it.
source that can confirm this.
I think she might be getting fired. I think the time has
I
come.
can confirm.
Listen, I saw
although
a
it's
video
only
from a guy.
I can confirm at 3:00 because it's 5:00 Central. So at 3:00 Pacific, Kathleen Kennedy has left Lucasfilm. She will return to work Monday morning.
Listen, I saw a video from a great guy named Mike Zero, and he had everything laid out, and it looked really legit. So I'm pretty sure it's happening, guys. I'm pretty sure.
He brought the receipts.
I can't wait when
not exactly,
dude. When she leaves when she's like 95,
I told you.
and everybody's like, "I told you." All the scoopers are gonna go. The person who correctly predicted Kathleen Kennedy would leave.
Healed out on a journey.
Oh,
It's
jeez.
funny because it's like Mike Zero was making Leslie Headland has been fired videos for like 3 months now.
Yeah.
But like by the time the show actually gets canceled, he's already onto the videos talking about Leslie Headland has already filed a lawsuit against Disney after being fired. It's obviously just a bullshit.
Garrett,
Star Wars Nostradamus has predicted once again.
we don't want to go through the whole 8-minute thing, but do you have?
No,
the
I have
timestamp?
just
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
I'm seriously.
I had it ready the whole time.
I'm seriously going to start reacting to Mike Zero videos so I can steal his title about like Brie Larson DDT's Ryan Reynolds after Deadpool 3 opening or whatever he was putting in. He was putting like Brie Larson lashes out at Ryan Reynolds, and he got like 400,000 views.
I'm quitting if you react to Mike Zero videos.
Dude, I was totally reacting to him.
Don't want to be associated with Geeks and Gamers.
God, every fucking week I get asked by somebody, did you hear about this rumor? And I'm like, that's the dumbest, most retarded fucking thing I could possibly imagine. It sounds like a Mike Zero video. And I'll enter like the exact wording from the super chat into YouTube. Sure enough, up pops a Mike Zero video.
Yep.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, look right, the most recent video, his title is Leslie Headland knocks woke Disney in financial hell.
It's all about this lawsuit that she filed fucking 8 weeks ago, according to his YouTube channel against Disney.
It's amazing. These titles are insane. But the Brie Larson one going after Ryan Reynolds one, even I had to click on that. I'm like, what the fuck happened? What is happening?
He's saying that basically his entire thing is that Ryan Reynolds didn't listen to a single thing that Disney told them to do, that Ryan Reynolds was fighting Bob Iger every step of the way, and that they wanted to put Captain Marvel in the movie, and Ryan Reynolds said no. Like, that's the premise.
Here it is. Brie Larson attacks Ryan Reynolds after Deadpool and Wolverine box office hits record high for Marvel. It's got 300,000 views.
Wow. Hey, man. Guess if it works, it works.
There's no shame to his game. None.
Hey, I
That's a
respect it.
superpower.
I respect it. All right. I ain't hating. I respect it.
People believe it.
I don't respect it.
I respect the fuck out of it.
People are making threads about us about fucking disinformation.
I know.
I direct you to Mike Zero.
Oh man.
Let's hit this clip real quick.
We'll get him on Geeks and Gamers
All right, we're
Daily.
ready.
You know what?
You got any scoops for us?
You know
Any scoops?
You know what clip to follow up with, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's
Me.
no. There's another clip to follow up with. So we're on the same.
I'm gonna
page.
guess, and I think I know what you're talking.
It's the one that's in the Discord.
Oh, maybe I don't.
The dude Disney. Every time TV show movie flops, it's an FNT research. Follow it up with that. So let's hit this.
Not ringing any bells, but all right, I'm gonna look at it.
Dude, it's in the FNT research.
Our Star Wars show, has been canceled. And I'm gonna be transparent and say that it's not a huge shock for me.
It's not a huge shock for
Of
us
course,
either.
I live in the bubble of my own reality, but for those who aren't aware, there has been
she just talks like that.
A rampage of vitriol that we have faced since the show was even announced, when it was still just a concept and when no one had even seen it. And that's when we started experiencing a rampage of, I would say, hyper-conservative bigotry and vitriol, prejudice, hatred, and hateful language.
She sounds like a fucking 12-year-old.
You could see her looking to like, did I get
Yeah.
all the check boxes? Yeah. Okay.
How is that
bigoted
conservative?
and hyper conservative?
And
because
you know,
it's an evil term. You just label
Like-
anybody you don't like as hyper conservative. What?
you know,
Wow.
he's trying to say it was so
Conserving
unfair the
Star
show
Wars.
got all this negativity before it was even out. It's like, no, we saw that Star Wars, like talks about, Star Wars is so patriarchal and all this other bullcrap.
Yeah, a
that
year
the people involved-
before.
Yeah, that's what caused all the negativity because the people making the show clearly didn't know a thing about Star Wars.
Yeah, outspoken
listen,
conservative Jeremy John speaks out against.
I will. This is what I'll say about when the show was announced itself. I was one of the people that photoshopped Harvey Weinstein next to Leslie Headland in a thumbnambler. Okay, like
Was
when
that
it got
you?
announced,
Because that's not her. That picture going around. That was you, right?
I definitely did. I photoshopped her in one.
The one where it's him and her, and they're both like, she's in a black dress, he's in a black suit with a black tie. So that video I was telling you about, New Rock Stars,
Dude,
that
we
got
get
ratioed.
pull that up.
They were using
Garrett,
that
after
picture,
this one. After that clip,
they were
sorry.
using that picture talking about how she was connected to Harvey and her connection, but like they didn't mention that it was a Photoshop. And I'm pretty sure it was your Photoshop picture, Ryan. I'm pretty sure. And I was like, holy
picture
shit.
everywhere. I didn't know that was photoshopped either.
It's Ryan's.
I don't know.
mean,
if
look
it's-
at the
I'll show
body.
you
It's
mine.
obvious.
Okay, let me see
I've
yours
never
and then I'll
looked at
tell
it.
you.
So
Because I remember when you did this, because you're like, you were like, I hunted, Jeremy. I hunted for a picture of Harvey Weinstein and Leslie Headland.
this is the one I did. Here we go. Like,
No,
Okay, no, that's not
Okay,
the one
that's
they
a different
used.
one.
So, okay,
Yeah,
That's
but
not
it's one of the
actually-
first.
Yeah.
We're going down
So-
internet lore here. It's one of the first.
Yeah. But that is one of the first.
But we
That
have
is one of the first.
but the when it was
Wow.
announced, right after the terrible failure of Rise of Skywalker, right, the next project that Disney announced a few months after that, it comes out about the Acolyte. No, we didn't know it was called the Acolyte at the time. It was just female-focused Star Wars project led by Leslie Headland. So we're thinking, okay, this is the only thing you have to tell us. It's going to be female-focused after everything we just watched. Okay, got it. Leslie Headland. Who is Leslie Headland? Oh, Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant. Let's look at Leslie Headland. Oh, she deleted dozens and dozens of tweets right before the big announcement was made.
Wow.
So there was a lot of people questioning, okay, why are you having Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant here? And why is the only thing you have to tell us about this show is that it's female-focused? So those throw up some like red flags, right? So there was people wondering what this would be. Then we get told what the show is about by Leslie Headland. She starts doing interviews talking about her relationship with her sister, blah, blah, all this stuff. Then we hear the cast and crew at Star Wars Celebration. And instead of talking about Star Wars, instead of talking about, hey, this is really why we want to honor this and do that, they're just talking about diversity and representation and all this stuff. Leslie Headland, 3 years before the show came out, said that the Acolyte is going to represent her identity and experience as a queer person. So we had all these questions and criticisms surrounding what you want this show to be. And then it turns out that that's exactly what the show was. But it's not like it just came out of nowhere that there was people that were worried about this show to begin with.
It's also a standard they set for themselves. Like you can't go through the entire Me Too era, and you can't go through all of that saying if you've ever, particularly as a man, sent so much as a like an unwanted text to a woman, you must be drummed out of the industry. And then say, no, you're not allowed to point out that Leslie Headland was the actual PA for actual fucking Harvey Weinstein. Which of these two things do you want to run with? Either we're in like full believe all women Me Too stuff, or we're not. But don't try and say, okay, yeah, Me Too is great right up until the point in which a woman is involved in it, and then it's not operative at all. Like, that's fair to point out as hypocrisy, right?
Yeah.
And also, like, those comments that they made at the Star Wars celebration were just so bloody retarded. Like, what was it? You know, we haven't had a lot of female representation. Star Wars has been very patriarchal. And what was that? I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember the exact quote, but it was like, you know, Star Wars hasn't really been about good and evil or something like that. Like, they were two of the most retarded comments that you could make about Star Wars, about people involved in making a Star Wars show. So of course that's going to get criticism and backlash. And it's a massive red flag about what that show was going to be. But just try to say, oh, it was so unfair. Everyone was criticizing the show before it came out. And here's the thing. If it was actually good, we've proven that we would acknowledge if it was good, even with red flags before. Happened with House of Dragon, happened with the Dungeons and Dragons film. Okay, came out, they were actually good. And so it's not like
Chad like Twilight.
I like Twilight. So it's not like pre-criticism, right? Will stop us from either enjoying something or acknowledging if it's good when it comes out. But guess what? Acolyte was one of the most arse shows ever released. And so that's why it was canceled.
And to back you up, I actually enjoyed the D&D movie as well. I thought it was going to be garbage, and I actually had a lot of fun watching it.
It's a lot of fun.
The Acolyte lost Grace Randolph. Do you have any idea how bad?
You had to try really hard to
early
lose
on.
Grace.
Really, really hard. Here we go. This
Yes, sir. Another
Garrett,
one of our shows.
Garrett, the new Rockstars video, they go on ranting about toxic fans, and it's a bad video. We can't watch the whole thing. I'm gonna probably do a reaction to that video, but it's a really bad video, and they got ratioed bad. But they make a lot of excuses, and they gloss over the fact they said she worked for the Weinstein Company as an assistant. They didn't say that she worked for Harvey Weinstein as his personal assistant. Like, toxic fans were going after her for being an assistant at the Weinstein Company. I'm like, what the fuck?
No.
Very specific
We're talking
position.
About, he's the one that's like putting her back up against the door and holding it shut while Harvey rapes them.
Maybe we'll do that on the bonus hour. But like in the video, he tries to say he's not a shill. But
while he's showing he's a shill.
While he's showing that he's sitting in a group with other shills, meeting with Leslie Headland at Lucasfilm.
Yes.
But guys, Disney doesn't care if we give them negative reviews.
My question for that is, because you say Disney flies out a bunch of influencers to meet with the cast and the crew and all this stuff. How do you get there? Who pays for it? Who pays for where you're staying? Who pays for the food? Like, who? Of course you're being paid for that. It's a fucking vacation they're bringing you on.
Dude, and if you got paid actual money, I'd respect that more than selling your integrity for a flight and a fucking gift bag, which you showed in the video, by the way.
Yep.
But we're
absolutely
objective, okay?
Yeah.
Doesn't impact our reviews.
Yeah, that video is rough. Totally. That's a rough video.
The main issue is, even if you do try and be objective, even if you really try, the moment you start meeting the directors, start interviewing the cast, and getting hotels paid for, you're going to want to be polite to them. You're not going to want to be like as savage as you may have been, because you'd have to be a bit of an arse if you actually met these people and they've been nice to you. So you can't help it.
There used to be critics who would purposefully stay away from the studios for precisely that reason back in the day.
Yeah. The Gamers Nexus, who does PC game reviews, if somebody offers them a flight to a place, they're like, no, and they pay for everything to get there, specifically so they can remain objective. Even though a lot of other people don't.
Integrity.
All right. Wait, are you not upset? No, why would I? This happens every week. Hey, Scott, you remember the protocol? I do. So we turned off the comment section on all social media posts. We released 24 fake news articles saying that it was the greatest thing mankind's ever created, and bribed 12,000 movie critics to give it a generous 10 out of 10 on Rotten Tomatoes. Let's make that an 8 out of 10. We got to make sure people somewhat believe it. Yeah, wait, but sir, what about the 100,000 audience reviews that says the show sucks massive horse cock? Well, the critics say it's really good, so why would that matter? Right. I really just paid them to say that. And I pay you to shut the f*** up, so let's do that. Anyways, guys, now we need someone to blame for this terrible show other than ourselves. Does anyone have any thoughts? The producer, the writers, George Lucas. Hey, keep George out of your mouth. Well, we could try gaslighting the public. That usually works. Okay, explain. Well, since we obviously don't make bad shows because we decide what's bad or not our stupid audience, right? Let's just blame it on the fans. Wait, what? Okay, so just tell everyone they're too stupid to realize how good it is and then immediately fire back at anyone that has a remotely different opinion? Yep, exactly. And then we could say the reason people do hate it is because we have an ethnically diverse lead. Yes, that's good. Calling people This is always how you should deal with criticism, even though it doesn't actually address the real core issues of it. No, the main criticism of the show is that it just sucks dick. No, that's just a small minority of people, Kyle. There's actually a huge silent majority that absolutely loves this show. There's people that are silently liking the show. I don't know, Kyle, they're silent. No one knows who they are because they're all unbelievably quiet. They exist because all the fake news articles we paid people to write say they do. Okay, that's it. This company's burning to the ground, and I don't want to be here when it does. I'm getting out of here. No, wait, Kyle, wait. Okay, so anyone know how we can make that $200 million back that just went down the drain? We could make a bunch of movie sequels and remakes that absolutely no one asked for. Let's make some money.
Let's make some money. Good encapsulation of the last, 6 years?
Yeah, pretty much.
Chef's kiss. He nailed it all. That was perfect.
Absolutely. When Star Wars Outlaw comes out, we have like 5 minutes to talk about it.
It's out.
It's already out.
It's already out, buddy.
Yeah.
Taking the world by storm.
It's getting wrecked.
Ratioed massively.
I actually suggested a new playthrough series for Gary, kind of like with Gollum, where you play games that have massive issues technically, like there's a bunch of glitches and flaws with the mechanics and stuff. You just play through it and you won't even realize it's fucked up. You'll just think you're bad at the game because you probably will be.
I mean, yeah.
And then people can enjoy it.
I don't really care about that. I just want Gary to start a gaming channel so he can get 100,000 subs before Jay. That's really all I want. And it'll happen. So Jay needs about 1,500. If Gary starts a gaming channel and plays one playthrough of Star Wars Outlaws, I think he'll be at 100K before Jay.
Through? I mean, define play through.
Just play it for 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, okay. Just play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just play the game, Gary.
Hey, shout out to Drunk 3PO. Subscribe to
Should I
3PO.
play? Hell. What's up, Jay?
Hey, man.
How's it going, brother?
He only needs 1,500.
Let's go.
Yep. Jay needs 1,500. His channel is
pitch yourself.
remonetized. Come on, Jay. This is
back,
your moment.
baby.
Go.
This is your moment. Go, Jay.
Go.
Just
Plug your
whatever's
channel.
on your mind.
Yeah. Whatever it is.
Say something. Jay?
Anything?
And
Can
go.
you hear us?
Jay.
I don't think he can hear us.
we just
Yeah.
lost
All
him.
right.
Celebrating Christmas a little early, you know.
So
Celebrating Christmas.
If you want to see how bad Star Wars Outlaws is, I posted a clip of Asmongold playing it where he just
Oh,
hides
yeah.
in a bush and
yeah.
there's just loads
No,
of people
play
standing
that.
around
Play
him.
that.
I'm just missing him for ages.
that is fantastic. You can get it on the Asmongold Clips channel if you want it to be better quality. But because that's a Twitter video, right?
Oh,
yeah.
X video, yeah. So X video and X video. But I don't know what that means. Is the kids say there's some type of joke with that? I'm not sure. But yeah, it's Ubisoft is fucked, I think is the title of the Asmongold Clips video. It's 2 minutes long. So
that's an accurate statement. Ubisoft is fucked, especially after this game and the next one coming out, which is gonna be garbage.
Should I play Dustborn or Star Wars Outlaws?
Oh, Dustborn. Play Dustborn.
You're gonna get more. You'll probably have more eyes if you do Star Wars
All right.
Outlaws.
Outlaws, yeah.
I'll think about it.
This puts it in perspective.
Because it keeps getting worse and worse.
Yeah.
Those yellow question marks mean that they're hunting for you.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
What?
And it'll turn red when they see you.
No way.
Oh, it gets worse.
Yeah, so he just hides in the bush and they forget he exists.
Oh, just what? Oh, it just gets worse.
Dude, that's an invincible bush.
Wow. I mean, how do they fuck up their own game mechanics that they've had for years? I mean, seriously, this is Assassin's Creed, basically. And they fucked it up.
It's Ubisoft, too. Yeah. They've got all that stuff in-house.
There's one right in the budget.
What the fuck?
Oh, man.
Seriously, how do you fuck up your game mechanics that you've had for years? God.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
It's okay.
Take a course.
Wow. We need those bushes for my yard.
Holy crap! What the fuck,
Bro?
What is this game, dude?
Garbage is what it is.
No. The gameplay for our two highly anticipated upcoming premium titles, Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows, was not only praised by players and critics alike, but also highlighted the cutting-edge capabilities of our game engine.
Oh God! They made it more black.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I will repeat what I've been repeating. When diversity and representation is at the forefront, everything else is getting compromised.
Well, it shows.
And here you have Star Wars Outlaws, where all they talked about, all they focused on was representation. Look what we have. And the game is a broken, complete fucking mess. You had IGN gave it like a, what did IGN give it? Like a 7, I think. Get the fuck out of here.
Really?
You know? Yeah, I think IGN gave it a 7.
God.
If I'm not mistaken.
For IGN, that's like a normal
7.
3, though.
That is true,
Yeah.
but still a 7 is oof.
They even gave Rings
Star
of Power
Wars
a 6.
Outlaws.
They gave
review,
Rings of- yeah,
Red
they-
Dead Rebellion.
Yeah, they give
Dead
Rings
on
of Power a
Arrival.
6. Rings.
There's just no excuse for
They
this,
gave
man.
Willow a 9.
Oh Jesus.
If you've played like Star Wars games from over the years when LucasArts was a thing, it's just like there's no excuse for this. For the amount of
Yeah.
money they have, the amount of resources they have, it's unbelievable that this is where we are. But how so, Ryan? How many video games have we had under Lucasfilm since Disney took over? We had Battlefront 2015, 2017, Jedi.
Well, we had the EA exclusive for a decade, right? So that
Yeah.
obviously really limited a lot of shit. The
Yeah.
2 Battlefront games, the
Jedi Fallen
Two
Order, and
Jedi.
Jedi
Fallen Order,
Survivor.
Jedi Survivor, the Starfighter game, which I forget what it was called.
Oh yeah, X-Wing. something.
yeah. And that's it, right? And then this one, major
Squadron.
major titles.
Yeah,
So
other than like mobile
Yeah.
games and shit.
yeah.
I don't. None are coming to mind necessarily, but
Yeah.
obviously a big step down from it used to be you'd get 2, 3, 4 Star Wars games a
Oh, yeah.
year, obviously made by a lot of different people, all kind of overseen by Lucasfilm, as
Right.
opposed to what we're getting now. And now
That's
that they
the
have
AAA
opened that up,
space, though.
I would expect it to be more. Over the next decade, now that they have opened this up.
Christ, I haven't seen this clip.
happening?
What the fuck?
When Shadow of It, when Shadow of the Empire on Nintendo 64 does pod races better. Oh my god.
No kidding.
The graphics look so bad too. Oh my
What?
god.
Wow. You actually delivered.
So hang on. So what the hell was this? That was weird. So
It was an NPC sitting inside of an NPC.
No. That scene right. That was like
that glitched fucking through the entire cave and launched up.
So for the people that paid for early access, it was $110, I believe, for early access.
geez.
They
You
a lot
got
of people
suckered.
a lot of people put 5, 6, 7, 12, 15 hours into it, and then Ubisoft announced an update that basically was going to wipe your save data, and that you had to. They basically were forcing the update.
Basically, if you didn't get the update, you wouldn't actually
Who's
be able
trying to
finish
get
the
in?
game because there was
What the hell's going on?
What's going on? I don't know.
Sorry. Go on, guys.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Basically, if you didn't get the update, specifically, I think it was a PS5 issue. If you didn't get that update, then you wouldn't be able to finish the game. There was such game-breaking, progression-stopping bugs that you wouldn't be able to complete it. So what they did is they forced you to reinstall it, and then you would have to start again. You'd have to start a new game. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to complete it. So if you did pay for 3-day early access to the game, $110 or $130 for the Ultimate Edition, get fucked, start over.
Wow, dude.
Wow.
Such garbage.
Also, like even without the game-breaking bug stuff and all of the patching issues, the premise for the game was always going to struggle. No one wants to go and experience the underlife of fucking Canto Bite or Kajimi. What? I don't even really know anything about these planets. Like, if you told any random person, "Oh, you're going to get to see what Canto Bite looks like," their response will be, "What?
What?
Who?
What?
Where? Where
Who
is that? Is
cares?
that a Star Wars thing? It sounds like a Star Wars thing. Give the people what they vaguely want and recognize. It's not that hard. You're spending so much money. Why are you bringing Canto Bite back?
Exactly.
Kojimi's even less relevant. Go ahead,
I
Sarah.
would have loved to play as like Han Solo instead, because they basically are trying to make her into the Han Solo in this world.
Yeah,
You know what I would have liked?
Nam Solo.
You know what I would have liked is a create a character.
Yes.
Do a create a character and play as a fucking scoundrel, right? Like whatever. You can make your chick, you can make your dude, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Instead of kind of locking us into this character that some people don't seem very interested in.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. And it like Cyberpunk did it way better. Oh god,
Yeah.
she's so ugly.
God.
Damn.
Western gaming is broken.
Which way,
Like,
Western man?
Yeah.
Reality. Reality's the way.
They're offended by feminine beauty. You can't have attractive women. It's insane how
Yeah.
far this has gone.
And the cinematics, it's really funny because she's actually really pretty in the cinematics, or like prettier compared to her in the game. So they re-rendered her clearly from the cinematics to in-game play. They extra uglified her.
All right. It's soup time. Oops. You're going to say something, Disparu?
Well, it's just that cinematics are often done by outsourced companies. So it may have been like a different company made it like, we can't show this face, and actually improved the face a bit.
Is this what you're talking about? This? See, it looks not too bad in that. Is
Yeah,
it like
no,
the
yeah.
cutscene?
It's better. It's an improvement.
It's still not the same, but yeah.
It doesn't look like her, like the model.
At the end of the day, it's a chick trying to be like Han Solo. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is they did the exact same thing. They uglified the actress that was in Mass Effect Andromeda. I mean, they've been doing this for years at this point. Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Gary knows what we're talking about. He's been calling it out for years. With the feminine video game.
Yeah. Damn it. It happens when women take over video games and Tolkien franchises.
Shadow of Mordor, Gary?
Have I played the Shadow of Mordor? I have it.
You should play it.
You should play it. It's a fun game, dude.
I have
It is a good game.
The
I have
lore breakingness will break your brain, but the game is fun.
It is fun as hell.
Yeah, I
Fucking
know it
fun
breaks
game.
a ton of lore.
The what was it? Was it the PlayStation? Was it PS1 or PS2 that had that good Lord of the Rings game?
PS2.
PS2. Yeah,
That was-
yeah.
That was
good.
Two Towers and Return of the King.
Yeah,
fucking
those were
awesome.
good. Those were
Yeah,
good.
I have that. I actually played. I played the Two Towers one because I have a game room that's got a Nintendo because I love Nintendo. I've got a P.
Are you sure it's an actual Nintendo?
No,
not like
I
a
have.
fucking
Yeah.
PlayStation?
Sean from Think Before You Sleep got me a Nintendo, and like it's got all the games, and it plays on CRT, but it can also play on regular TV. It's fucking awesome. And then I got a PS1, PS2, PS3. I got a PS5. I hooked it up to my home theater. I thought about playing a game for like 5 minutes. I turned on the menu and I signed up. I logged into my old PlayStation account, which is still active from like fucking 10 years ago.
Blew off all the dust.
Yeah.
Like
There is
Indiana
actually, in
Jones.
Star Wars Outlaws, Gary, there is one thing you might like. There's a couple of arcade games that look like they are from about the 1978, and they're quite good fun, and you might like them.
I like those. I do. I have an arcade. I have an arcade in my house, a little mini arcade game room. It's pretty cool. X-Ray Girls.
I've only played like an hour of it, but that was my highlight experience, was playing those. They were way better designed than the actual game.
Dude, I was just playing the shit. I got the 1-Up X-Men game. Fucking love that. It's great.
Pro gamer Gary.
That's me. Let's get to soups. Oh, we're starting out right. 2% right for 50. This one's to Ryan. Dear Ryan, when your boy Zach finally admits to himself that everyone else that he's madly in love with you, do you think it'll be like a romantic movie like Bros or Fatal Attraction where he breaks into your house and cooks your pets alive?
No, like, dude can do whatever he wants. He's obviously losing a lot of subs and kind of freaking out or something. I don't know if he's going through something personally, but he's kind of off the rails. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. Noons has gifted 20 Nerdrotic memberships for 100. Thank you. Watch party. Yeah, we're going to do Rings of Power. Rings of Power and Clarkson Farm. And Clarkson's Farm. We're going to do a palate cleanser after that. So, which I'm sure is, well, in the UK was watched by, more people watch Clarkson's Farm than the Rings of Power season 1 in the home country of Tolkien. So hail Jeremy Clarkson, the international treasure. And oh, by the way, the final grand tour is in a couple of weeks. I'm happy and I'm sad because of it. Take Me to Middle Earth for 50. The whole vibe of the Rings of Power is just off. The timing, dialogue, and other aspects are not compelling. For all of for the elf scenes, they try to copy Jackson's ethereal look and time. I can't read this. Sorry, I got to move it over. That was not my brain. That was my eyes. Okay. Ethereal look and timing, but it feels like they recorded Keebler elves and slowed the video down 50%. You earned that. Legalized Adulthood has gifted 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100.
Nice.
Hail! Take Me to Middle Earth for 50 more. I can enjoy good shows when they stray from the source material. I can too if the story is good, as long as they are still decent and entertaining. But how anyone enjoys this aside from the landscapes and some of the music is beyond me. And I think the music is vastly overrated. And I like Bear McCreary a lot. His Battlestar Galactica soundtrack is fucking brilliant. But some of the stuff looks fine. The orcs look good. They do. They act stupid, but they look good. Wolfbane for 50. Hi, guys. Have any of you heard about / looked into the Korriban Society? The Korriban Society. They are a new group with a YouTube channel discussing philosophical, literary, and cultural real-world topics through fun Star Wars, Godzilla, and Lovecraftian lenses. I'm interested in the Lovecraftian.
I am not familiar.
And I am not familiar either. I'll have to look into it.
What was the name? Korriban?
It is Korriban. Yeah, Korriban Society. Korriban Society.
Yeah, first I heard of him.
Elite Neo for 50. Hail Fellowship. Home early enough from work to be able to catch an episode of FNT right at the start. Well, good for you. It's about time. Love it when our VP lets us call it a day 2 hours early to begin our Labor Day holiday weekend. Happy Labor Day, everybody. ASAP. No better way to start it off with FNT. Hail, brother. Hail. Happy Labor Day.
People with real jobs, unlike us.
Yes. Well, hey, we're
the real jobs, the real working men out there.
Screw that, Jeremy.
This is hard, isn't it, man? This is a tough job.
We're in the stream mines right now. Do you understand how mentally taxing this is? Mm-hmm. Do you realize I did zero preparation for this show and it was mentally taxing?
Oh, I mean, you did watch Rings of Power, so
I did. It's mainly for the video, though. It's not for the show. I just make you watch it because it's fun to watch you suffer.
And I did suffer.
Yeah, talk about mentally taxing. Watching the show is certainly mentally taxing.
Is that the worst thing I've made you watch this year?
I would actually say, this year. Because
Echo?
Echo this year?
That was pretty bad.
Society of Magical Negroes. I think
Echo was a
worst
whole
one.
season. And getting through that whole season, that was painful. That was hard.
Yeah.
Okay, when I say
Acolyte's
they
pretty
want to watch this stuff, okay? If they really didn't want to watch it, they wouldn't. Jeremy hasn't watched a fucking thing. He doesn't listen to anything I say. He doesn't listen. He's like, fuck you. Playing Fortnite, motherfucker. I don't blame you.
Well, fucking watching political shit more than anything. So,
oh, dude.
You don't realize, like, so in October we're going to be at SpaceCon.
Yes.
And
I'm still waiting.
That is like 2 weeks. That is like 2 weeks from the election. Holy shit.
Yeah, dude.
I'm bringing my whole fucking computer and my whole everything. I'm getting an Airbnb because I got to have everything. I can't roll with just a laptop. It's gonna be if we're even still alive at that point in time. Right. Like
He needs an entire house to hold his computer and 2 screens.
It's a really old one.
I'm waiting to hear from Mrs. Nerdrotic, who's downstairs, and maybe she's
I just
taking a
don't
nap.
like people I don't like people as much as you, Ryan. I don't like being around people at hotels. So you're a people person. I'm not.
What?
Are you waiting for
I
the
don't
I go to
care
where all the
if
rooms
my
are shared.
yelling about woke Disney wakes them up in the middle of the night. Fuck
Oh,
Dude, recording videos in hotel rooms is fun. You know you're pissing people off.
I really hope there's not a black gay trans person in the room.
Yeah, but
they're not going to be happy with me.
I appreciate how you don't check yourself, and I don't either. And like, a lot of the hotel room videos, dude. The one in the UK, I recorded in the UK. It was 3 a.m. there. I've got the window open, and I'm just going. You can hear me down the fucking street, and I didn't give a shit. I didn't care.
Gary, remember when we were talking about the ugly women in video games on the UK subway?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I didn't even
lots
notice.
of
You were
looks.
telling me we were getting like really.
We were getting lots of
nasty
looks. That was hilarious.
When we were walking around Boston, this is like 3 years ago.
Oh God, I remember that.
When we were walking around Boston, and there was this big church with a massive gay pride flag on it, and I just started going off, using words that are not appropriate to use here on YouTube, so I won't. But yeah, you see, you got to call it out. You know.
So, I guess we're gonna give the location of the meetup. We're gonna handle. I think the location's gonna handle the RSVP. So we'll let you know like when the RSVPs are gonna go.
Are you
out.
ready to do it?
Yeah. Well, I
Okay,
mean, I
okay.
haven't. I guess my wife. She just got back from travel, so I guess she's taking a nap. But we have the location, right? So it'll be Wednesday. What's the date, X-Ray Girl?
It will be the 23rd. 23rd, yeah.
Wednesday the 23rd. So the Wednesday before SpaceCon here in San Antonio at a bar called Ricky Bobby's Sports Bar. Ricky Bobby's Sports Bar. That's where Brandon Herrera did his political thing here in San Antonio. So that's where we got the idea. The place is plenty big. Can hold a lot of people. Yeah, and it's like
Good food,
it's
good
like
drinks.
a cowboy bar. You can't like dance on the floor without cowboy boots or some shit like that. That's the rule.
Yeah, I
right?
was really sad about that.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes.
Well,
I'm excited.
All the ladies went and tested all the drinks prior to did a taste test of all the booze, and they said it passes the taste test. So
Yes.
Good.
So it's going to be at Ricky Bobby's, and we'll give you the RSVP information as soon as we know it. It will be soon. It will be soon. My wife just got back from travel, so she needs
When that happens, remember, for the RSVP, if you're not first, you're last. So
That's right.
That was
Sign up
nice.
quick.
Nice.
That's right. Hey, one of Christopher Nolan's favorite comedies, Talladega
right.
Nights.
That's one of the funniest clips I've ever heard
Yeah.
of Christopher Nolan. Because it was on like the Rich Eisen show or something.
Yeah.
He was like, "What do you watch? What's your favorite?" He's like, "I think the Battle of Ricky Bobby." And they're like, "What?"
that he said it like
Christopher
that.
Nolan, you like that? And he's like, "Yeah, if you're not first, you're last." It's
I don't know how he got cooler, but he got fucking cooler when he did that. I was like, all right.
Take a break, Rich.
Bennett Toolby for 50. Ryan, look up the name of the dinosaur with 1,000 teeth. Drive with Gary and Jeremy Subaru. Don't lie, Jeremy. You have one because you a G that knows Y and says A backwards. Okay, go to a certain neighborhood. Ryan screams the name and film it. All right.
Yeah, so dinosaur with 1,000 teeth is an N-word saurus, I'm pretty sure, if I remember my internet memes correctly.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a soft A though, right?
No.
No?
No, it's hard R.
Just so
It's
it
missing
just
a
rolls
G.
off my tongue, you know? So
There you go. Gatekeeper for 50. Hail chat and panel. Huge fan, Platoon. Shout out to Odin, Disparu, Quarterblack, Badger, Diabolical Souls, Epic Mike, Snarky J. Hail and blessings to the Princess of the 199. Wish you guys continued success and good health. Oh, yeah. Love you, Gary. Take care, guys. Take care. Gatekeeper. Drive safely out there. Driving
Let's go.
around.
Appreciate you.
Bennett Toolby. Am I saying that right? Or Talby? For 50. Gary, celebrate because Zeb Wells is done and Joe Kelly will replace him after this arc. on a Marvel comic that I'm not reading. Is it, did Zeb Wells do Amazing Spider-Man, right? He was on the Amazing Spider-Man and cucked him the shit. Joe Kelly's a good writer, by the way. Joe Kelly wrote a fucking awesome Space Ghost story and gave Space Ghost, you know, Space Ghost Coast to Coast and the goofy cartoon from the 70s, gave him a Punisher origin in a completely serious book, and it's fucking brilliant. Alex Ross covers, read that. It's amazing. So yeah, hey, good luck to Disney Marvel Comics, because that's what they are. They're Disney Marvel Comics. I will never buy one as long as I live ever again. I'm done. Absolutely done. Fuck those guys. Also recommend watching Ben 10 OG and channel called Slice of Fun. His animated videos roast Paul and Thoughtson like crazy by Spider-Man fans in the comment too. Spider-Man's my favorite character. I have quite the collection of his issues, and he died a long time ago. The Disney Marvel Comics is shit. Apocalypto has gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for 50. Yes, I feel strongly about that.
As you should.
Yeah. So I take all the money that I would have spent at a local comic shop once a week, minimum $100 a week, minimum. And I just put that towards back issues now that I haven't read. So the comic shop gets it, Marvel don't. Andrew CR on the Streamlabs side, 2 parts for $69.99. What you guys don't know is that there was a prequel to Black Myth Wukong in 2020. It came from another Chinese developer in collaboration with the U.S. We all played it and we all lost. It was called Black Myth Wuhan, Gain of Function. I like the part of ROP where they all are wearing rings and yell, Wonder Twin powers activate! Shape of a retard who can't read a map. Form of a grandma that doesn't know what an alloy is. They can craft rings. Can they craft a good show? Hail Mage iDots 199. Hail. That is some Geeks and Gamers lore right there. Hey, Jeremy.
There's a lot of fucking memes at this point.
So there was an article that came out like when that thread was going on from I'd never even heard of the site, but it's got a picture of me making the stupidest fucking face.
With the 199 hat?
With the 199 hat
yes,
on.
That's why it's not your thumbnails now. Yes.
But the article is like Nerdrotic, accused of misogynist, bigotry, being a Nazi, whatever. And I'm like, I want to fucking frame that, dude. But I love them wearing the 199 hat on that one.
No, I was happy when you sent that. You sent it to me, and that's the first thing I thought. I was like, I'm so proud he's wearing the 199 hat.
Yeah.
Like I remember when Alex Stein, like when he called me after he trolled Dave Portnoy, and I was like, and then after I saw the video, I called him. I said, I'm really mad at you. He goes, what, man? What? So you weren't wearing a G&G hat? And so the next time he's in a video, he's like confronting pedophiles, and he's wearing the G&G hat in the video. I was like, good Lord.
You asked for that.
Yeah, you could have did. No, I mean, I'm cool with it. I just thought it was, so I was like, freaking Alex Stein. Good stuff.
Big J for $2 says, Platoon's peasants rise up. Hail Platoon. Mad Max 71 for $5 says, Gary and Jeremy, is it true that when Trump gets elected, Dan is moving in with one of you guys because Brazil banned X and Rumble? Yeah, he's moving in with Jeremy. Yeah,
it's gonna cost Dan fucking $9,000 a day to tweet.
Yeah,
he wants to use a VPN. I don't know if that's $9,000 in actual money or his money. If it's his money, that's nothing.
Yeah, he's good if it's his money. I'll be covering all that tonight with X being banned in Brazil.
So it's banned? It's outright banned?
I mean, you still got to have Apple and Android are going to have to get involved. I wonder if it's going to get overturned. I've obviously been trying to do as much research as I can while looking at things and being on here. But we're going to get further into it because I don't see how this holds up. But we'll see. It's literally one left-wing judge basically that has a boner for Elon Musk that's done it. So it's crazy, man.
I love that he's calling him a dictator. And, you know, like Dan's country needs to learn to weaponize the starving dogs and children and give them a chance to vote, you know, and yeah, that he has to run from every day to get home from the grocery store where he bought a rotten apple after he bathed in a fucking sewage pond.
Yeah. Rumble's already banned
after burning a rainforest. I want to get banned in Brazil. Just kidding. We love Brazil.
From what I understand,
it's a great country. Love Brazil. Great people.
Twitter X is like the #1 news platform in Brazil. And so the fact that they're taking it down, I have to imagine it's going to be an absolute shit show.
Well, I just found out Rumble isn't in France.
Yeah. I just saw somebody. Well, somebody just said Rumble's not in Brazil. I thought I saw Chris Pavlovsky was tweeting out about this too. So
the Rumble France thing that happened like over a year ago. I feel.
Yeah,
like.
I thought it was a while back.
Yeah, he was talking about it. I found out because he was talking about it on Twitter.
Yeah, the more interesting, but the more recent thing with that was, what was it? When the Telegram guy got arrested in France, the CEO of Rumble left France before he said anything.
Smart. Yeah.
Fuck
out of there.
We are living in some crazy times right now, and they're going to go after Elon Musk if the Democrats win this election. They will 100% go after Elon Musk, and I think he knows that.
Yep.
So.
No, they're not happy that they lost the narrative at this point.
No, not at all. So nobody's safe. That's the
No. I'm glad I visited Paris once. I'll never go back. It's a city. Traffic was fucking insane. They did have a lot of cool comic shops, but it was all in French, so I couldn't understand it.
I like the descriptor. It's a city. That was my favorite.
I'm fucking done with cities. Like, I lived in one for 18 years, and they're all fucking the same. They all smell like piss and dead bodies. And yeah, fuck that. Give me the country. Give me the burbs. I'm fine with that. Axiom Sarah for $10. Why couldn't Alien Romulus have been about being hunted by a combat synth or something some bioengineered monstrosity using the same setup? Use the setting to tell news stories without referencing the alien. The pitch meeting they just did on Romulus was pretty good. It's pretty good. Romulus was not good, but it did well at the box office. It's doing a little better than Covenant. Greg E. is gifted one Nerdrotic membership for $5. Thank you very much. The Ghost of Drinker's Liver for $2. Share the Ryan AI dance. Which one? The one...
Discourse.
The Discourse. We've done that already.
That one's really good, though.
It's so good. That's
and it makes him really. He hates it so much.
So now we have to share it.
Hate that one.
Yeah, we definitely have to see it.
Well, by default, you hate. By default, you hate everything.
Yeah.
I don't hate that one as much as most people would expect of it, I suppose.
I was told earlier because you had to look over something for G&G, and the message was sent to you is, which one do you hate the least?
It was. I was like reviewing a couple of these designs, and I get the question, hey, which one of these do you hate the least and why?
So you Everybody else was sent it like, hey, which one do you like the most? When it's sent to Ryan, it's like, which one do you hate the least? Oh, no.
Still would. We so bored, don't fucking go Discord. We so bored, don't fucking go Discord. We so bored, don't fucking go Discord. We so bored, don't Discord.
This is a nightmare, dude.
Yes, it is.
And fear to find and believe. People die so they can see us as human beings. They recognize propaganda they spew.
I am black.
And try to weaponize everything that we do.
I'm gonna tell you something. They spin and woke, bastardize it, appreciate it.
It says appropriate it, not appreciate it.
Appreciate it, appropriate it, whatever. Speak truth to power. Keep an eye out, not fodder for your clickbait. Speaking of which, journalists, did you forget it's your job to provide the truth?
Bling bling, you forgot your bling bling.
We so bored, don't fucking go Discord. We so bored, don't fucking go Discord. We so bored, don't fucking go Discord.
God, this is awful.
We so bored, don't Discord.
Stuff of nightmares, man.
Ooh, and the comic stands.
Perfection.
Ooh.
Not gonna be able to fap tonight.
They're so good at those fucking edits. Like the way he puts like the low octave like up to the high octave like the next time I say it and he mixes those together. He's legitimately really fucking good at those.
He really is. Like he must have trained an
Yeah, he
AI
is,
voice with for the dialogue in that.
I think he did, yeah.
Well,
Perry's got previous.
We did something on. We wrapped it a little bit. Me and
Yeah, I was gonna
Ryan.
say,
I did read it.
I read
yeah.
it. I did.
Yeah,
I read a bunch of it, and I also sang the discourse thing a little bit. He just took those snippets and fucking.
Yeah.
Wow, that's talent.
Yep.
Perry's learned on the job, man. He's a talented motherfucker. Sneaky Singy for 20 says the one who plays K-Vess in Star Wars Outlaws, pronouns in bio, pride flag, follows all the Disney super shills, and identifies as Latinx. I'm glad they made her look like a mutant. Hail the Fellowship, and hi, X-Ray girl. Okay.
Yeah, one thing I have not seen. Here's the one thing about Umberly Gonzalez. I think that's the actress's name. All I've seen her post, period, is just positive shit about it.
Yep.
I haven't seen her fighting with fans. I haven't seen her fucking snapping back about this. Literally just seen her posting, hey, I'm excited to do this. Star Wars Outlaws is out. So, like, regardless, like, I think someone that has pronouns in their bio is, like, ridiculous, right? But if they're not going after fans, then I don't, like...
Yeah.
Yeah, who fucking cares at that point? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the truth of it. I don't give a shit what anybody says, what you do. Like, it's how you behave. And if you're gonna sit there and attack people and call them racist and sexist because they don't like a fucking show, then yeah, I'm gonna like if you just I've retweeted people with pronouns in their bio because they posted something funny, and then I got people in my comments going, "Hey, you retweeted a pronoun, Jeremy." I don't give a fuck what he has in his profile. He posted a funny. Now they'll probably block me after they find out who I am, but still, I thought it was a funny meme.
Yeah.
Now, if she does that, if she does something about I'm upset about the toxicness, blah, okay, then I'll fucking call that out. But because she's following people that like the big YouTube channels that probably have connections at Lucasfilm that probably got invited out to a thing to meet her, as long as she's posting normal shit, not attacking fans, I ain't gonna make some fucking ridiculous hate video about her. Like, despite whatever people's perception of me may be. Like, it's not something I'm gonna do.
Rinsler
he is an angry, miserable fuck, but you got to provoke
He's
him.
a fair
He's just
one.
not going to go at him. Yeah.
Principles.
Yeah.
Rinsler lives for $5. Hail to the Fellowship. Hail FNT. It's my birthday weekend. Happy birthday. We'll be catching up with Black Myth Wukong. Gary, what kind of bags do I put my comics in again? They're called My Lights. My Lights acid-free boards by G. Goober. I fucking forgot the name of the. I don't even look at that, but it's My Lights. You can find them on eBay or maybe at your local comic store. They can at least order them. North of the Rockies for $10, and for you, Nerdrotic, a map to help you find Mordor that I drew on a foreskin of an ice troll that I killed in under 10 seconds. The great Steven voiceover video, by the way. That one guy for 20, my favorite part of the Rims of Pooper was seeing Goober Sauron slide down the snow-capped mountain. Reminded me of a turd squelching down the inside of my porcelain throne. Super demure, very Tolkien. Epically brat. Oh God, brat. Fuck.
God.
Fuck.
Stop it.
Did you see the Charlie Vickers interview where it was one of the late night TV shows he went on, and he was speaking in Elvish, and he made him say, "That's so brat."
Oh God.
And then I
God.
think it was Jimmy Kimmel, yeah, because then he said it was very difficult to find brat, and Jimmy Kimmel was like, yeah, I'm sure Tolkien was like really saying that word all the time. That was very Tolkienian.
I don't even know what it means, and I don't fucking care. I just don't. I like being old and clueless. Luckfield for $5. To quote the great It's a Gundam, like chivalry, Star Wars is dead and women killed it. Hail FNT.
That was a brilliant line.
Hail Gundam.
Wow.
I saw your video. Yeah, big fan. Wanted to
Yeah.
somebody
Somebody
Lots
really
of-
obsessed with
lots of
Gundam. Very
advice.
obsessed with you. wants to know how he can try out to be on FNT. I said, just send me a video.
Well, ask Garrett what he had to do if he's willing to do that.
I don't tell. I don't kiss and tell.
I don't think any of us want to know the answer. To that
none
question.
of you want to go through that again, do you?
Again?
Oh, he meant
just the dudes.
Quarter Black. I understand you can misunderstand. He's talking about to come on the Nerdrotic channel, not work with Steven Crowder.
I don't talk about that either.
Hail Rumble! Matthew Buckley for $2. Congratulations, Quarter Black, Normal World, 100,000 subscribers.
Yes, 1,000. We have 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah, 1,000 subscribers.
Appreciate you.
So are you going to try to get multiple plaques that are tiny? Little tiny plaques?
Yeah, a bunch of little ones.
Little tiny plaques.
All over the place. Got there before you, Jay.
Ouch.
Love you.
I messaged Jeremy because this is before, like, I knew Jay was going to get remonetized. I knew it. I absolutely
We
knew
all
it.
knew it. We all knew it.
So the day before, it was Tuesday night's main event, and I was going to say something, and I hit up Jeremy. I'm like, I want to say this so bad, but I know it's super mean. It's really fucking mean. I like it. I love Jay. And people I like, I give shit. And there's the meme of, I agree with Jay. And I was going to put in the chat, I agree with YouTube.
Here's my
I love you, Jay.
And here's the thing. I went through it. Ryan can confirm, like, those 24 hours that I knew Geeks and Gamers was going to get. I knew it was going to get fixed. I knew it was a glitch. It fucks with your head, though, man. It is stressful as hell. So when you're in it, I'm just like, I was trying.
You're probably going through the cycle of what am I going to do next?
Yeah, I was trying to, like, you know, like keep my composure. Like, oh, it's all good. I was fucking stressed, and of course we knew it. Just like with Jay, we knew this would get fixed. But I will say that without the audience like getting out there and retweeting and tagging Team YouTube respectfully, I think that speeds up the process for sure, because there's a lot of people that have gone through this. Didn't It's a Gundam, wasn't he like down for like a couple of months for that same reused content bullshit? So
and he had to do multiple videos and stuff and like get on like a contact with somebody because he's like, well, I've edited it, you can see it. And he's like, no, we needed a different one. He was
I don't believe in most of the I'm definitely with Ryan on this one, most of the YouTube conspiracy theories, but they definitely got it in for Gundam a little bit. He gets treated differently for sure. But most of it is just a glitch. Most of it's a mistake. It's too big of a company. They don't know most of us exist. There's a reason they shrank the 100,000 subscriber thing. It's because so many people are hitting it now because they've been around for so long, right?
Yeah.
And
shout out to Jay. It's so easy now. Yeah.
But the fucking dude, Google to cut expenses makes the plaque smaller. How fucking gay is that? That's fucking terrible.
It's kind of gay, but it's not quite as gay as people making videos literally crying about it. Like, how
care about it.
Free award that's just a little smaller now.
Yeah.
But I think Jay is the next person to cry when he gets the black plaque. I'm really hoping for that. Jay, if you don't do that, I'll be disappointed.
The black plaque.
Black plaque.
Yeah.
The black. Did I say
the black plaque?
Well, he since we are discussing Jay, he is Achromatic Chronicles Green very soon. So can't wait.
Rip Ascend, right? Rip Ascend.
That's right. Yep. So
I think the reason that so many channels are like getting hit specifically for that reused content recently, my guess is it's how many clip channels now exist.
Yeah.
And how many people don't want their content like clipped by other people. So I think the bots that they have that are used to detect stuff, I think are just a little more aggressive in general.
They're dialed up a little bit.
Why we see that happen.
Yeah. Yep.
It was also the shorts. A lot of people got done because they made shorts of their own videos, and so it looked like you'd just copied content.
Yeah.
Because they didn't put a check in to make sure like where it had come from.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's not a lot you can do about reused content. You just politely ask, hey, make it a little transformative, say a word or two. But other than that, whatever. People are going to do what they're going to do. Shrike for $10 says, Orc lives matter. They do. Could you, it's on my Twitter. We might get hit for it though. That clip of the orcs.
Okay, let me see.
Scroll down.
Oh, the ones from around the world.
The orcs that the orcs from the show that say we're at peace, we're at home. Do we have to go back to war? And then he goes up and we showed the still of it, him going back to his little orc baby and his orc wife. We got to be careful. I mean, I could fight it, but
it's just it's weird. The desire to portray the
just
orcs
put the end. You don't have to put
the
audio in there. But yeah, so he's like, so he just wants to be. They want to be left alone to do their evil. They want to raise their children, and he goes back, and there's a little baby, little orc baby.
No,
what the fuck?
Don't worry, son.
You don't
we'll
need...
get some human meat for you to eat soon.
Yep. Oh, and Adar lets the prisoners go. It's like, what the fuck?
And also, Adar, when they get Mike Ehrmantraut troll there, like Adar, this loving father of the orcs, the troll literally just murdered
one of his children and throws his head at his feet.
You got a message.
I got your message.
Tim Elliott for $4.99. In their correlation between the amount of subscribers and YouTubers who show their actual face. So you're talking about anonymous users and a correlation to do they have subscribers? And I honestly, I think it's fully based on content. I don't think that matters. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't. We talked today. We're talking about it today. Like a lot of ugly mofos that have a lot of subscribers. Like at the end of the day, it's whatever content you're making.
Yeah.
Like it really don't matter. Whether your voice, whether it's your audio. Audio is the most important thing. That's it.
Yeah.
Audio. So you can make it from a hotel room and get 5 million views like Gary. You can have shitty lighting like Ryan. You can make clickbait like Mike Zero. Everybody succeeds in different ways.
Yep.
The one thing I'll say is if you've gone a long time and built an audience being like a faceless anonymous person, just stay that way.
Yeah.
Don't ever reveal your face.
Don't reveal it because it doesn't matter fucking like with like rare exceptions.
Shout out to Dream.
Yeah, most people are gonna have like an image in their head that you, like just based on your voice and you might shadow those expectations.
Dude, Dream literally killed his career. Like, I mean, nobody.
Didn't he have to hide himself again?
But if we see little Platoon, he's going to be a handsome devil. I can tell right now.
Well, there probably is a benefit if you are faceless to do something like Little Platoon or like VTuber or something, just so people have a character to kind of like get attached to in replace of a person rather than being entirely faceless.
Well, the thing with Dream, for people that don't know, Dream is a big Minecraft YouTuber, and he did lean into this idea that he was this like, I guess Brad Pitt of YouTubers mentality. Like he leaned into like he was this ultra like beautiful human, and he turned out to just be like an average fucking like, Starbucks employee, I guess. Like it just was like, and there was all this buildup around it. He leaned into all of that, and he gained like 30 million subscribers. It was insane. And then he did a face reveal, and then Sunny V2 came out with a video, and it was titled something to the effect of like why Dream's face reveal might have ruined his career. And everybody's like, he's being so mean, just like he called out the Mr. Beast, Chris Tyson thing, and everybody. And that's exactly what happened. So his Dream started getting bullied online about like people, like he got roasted. Man.
I don't even know who you're talking about. I have no fucking
Minecraft
idea.
YouTuber.
Yeah, I mean, he has 32 million subscribers.
How many?
YouTube for you.
Yeah,
he's 32 million.
He's got 32 million subscribers.
Oh, there's something to being like anonymous, and if you could be that way, then do it by all means.
I remember like loads of people taking the piss out of some guy's chin. Was that Dream?
That's Dream. Yes, that was him. Yeah. Yep.
That's all they remember.
It was crazy, man. So
honestly, the best outcome for a Minecraft YouTuber though could be a pedophile.
Yeah, I think there's someone
turned out.
I think there's some
positive
stuff like that out there too.
Yeah, there's like two roads for a Minecraft YouTuber. One is being a pedophile.
Bro, I gotta find this post. It was some hilarious fucking troll post from somebody who was like, 5 years ago I was making $30,000 a year and my life was miserable. Today, I've grown to 70 million followers, and I've sexually assaulted 13 people. Hear my story. It's great.
Oh, my God.
Louis R. for $1.99. X-Ray girl ain't been alone with this many men since college.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
What's
Holy
that supposed to mean?
Oh, you're
Do the
Wait,
math.
that's not something you want to deny. It's like, no, it happens all the time.
X-ray girls.
Okay, I'm gonna go now. Bye.
Damn.
Perfect timing.
Wow. Dr. Schlurpo, the dude bro, for $10 says, here's to those who braved the first episodes of the Rims of Power Season 2. Y'all are saving lives. If it wasn't for you, I might have watched it. Hey, we watch it so you don't have to. We watch it so you don't have to. Gene the Revenant for $5 says, wanted to recommend an old anime title to the panel, The Record of Lodos?
Lodos Wars.
Lotus
Record of
War.
Lodos Wars.
A
Great
classic
anime.
high fantasy story with gorgeous traditional animation. All right.
Yes.
Oh,
Very good.
Full screen me. You got a full screen me right here because that's what it is they're talking about. Record of Lodos Wars, one of the greatest fantasy animes ever made.
Oh, I have to watch that. I'll have to watch that.
Top tier.
I think I've heard of it.
Fucking
but
phenomenal,
paid no
man.
attention to it because it's anime. At the time, I could care less. Back in the day, Mr. Moose Knuckle for 10 Canadian pesos. Tolkien is currently rolling in his grave. Gary Shad, do you think there could be a studio that could properly adapt Brandon Sanderson's Starlight Archive series?
Like, I don't trust anyone at the moment, and my advice to Brandon is keep as much control as you can.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, if he could even try and fund it himself and make it independent, that's the way. That's what I would
He's done everything else. He could literally just crowdfund it. He would get enough money.
Yeah,
Probably.
He would.
He would easily, yeah.
Just stay on his
Get
own.
made through the Daily Wire.
I know Brandon's. He's watching every episode, dude. Take our advice.
Yeah.
Just do what you're doing. Stay the fuck away from those studios. Once you let them have it, they'll have it forever, and they'll just screw your work forever.
Yeah.
He has given some updates about how he's been trying to work with the studios. And one of the things that's been taking so long is the fact that he does want to keep a lot of control. He's written the script himself for the Mistborn adaptation. And so, yes, that's the path, Brandon. Keep as much control as you can.
Yep.
But I would actually, say go even further. Make it yourself at this point. and it'll be better.
The fact that he said he wasn't going to do Stormlight Archive until he had enough experience to write some of the stuff means that he knows his own weaknesses, which is probably why he's not crowdfunded it, because he's not confident in himself. But he also knows that I have to do this myself to get it done properly, how I like. So, you know, he's a rare person that's also good at something but knows his weaknesses.
Yep.
And he's also just such a genuine great guy. Like, shout out to him. Top tier, one of the best, authors we've ever had. Like, he's up there.
Griff Nizzle for 20. Here's some shekels for your pain and suffering. As a palate cleanser, got a question about good lore. It's been 20 plus years since I've read the books. If the One Ring rules them all, why did only the humans go Casper? Because the dwarves had a stronger will. They still had effects from their rings, but they have a stronger will than humans. That was it.
Sort of brought them extra resources. The rings gave them more power, more agency, and it gave them more wealth, but they sort of fought over the wealth, if I recall, and that sort of was the downfall of several dwarven kingdoms.
Like greedy, right?
It never allowed Sauron to exert direct control over them in the way that the men did.
But it made him greedy, and it caused a lot of problems. So it did have lasting effects, but they didn't go Casper. No, they didn't go into the unseen world. Dan Vask's Sugar Mama for $2. Where is Danny Boy? Well, you should know, Sugar Mama. You should know. He's running from packs of starving dogs and children. Bezos' bad decision for 15 British pounds, proper money. Gary, get the Faraway Paladin. Watched it. It's everything Tolkien would have wanted as a work inspired by his ideals. Jeremy, I hope your father, Optimus, acknowledges his gay adopted child for Jackie Chan. Before Jackie Chan. Before Jackie Chan, not for Jackie Chan. Okay. I don't know what any of that means. I don't. Since elves/dwarves unaffected and humans already corrupted, what is the danger in Sauron getting the One Ring? And again, in the Lord of the Rings, is it simply the armies of the Third Age don't have the same manpower as the Last Alliance? Well, for one, with the ring, he's far more powerful, and then he would probably eventually be able to get those elven rings, and then they're fucked. They're absolutely screwed because the elves are fading. So having that ring is very important. Very, very important. They make that pretty clear in the books.
And of course we have less power now because the last alliance was a long time ago and the elves have faded since then, and we're not aligned. So scattered.
Jeremy McGregor for $5 Australian. News for people who haven't heard. A petition has now started to decanonize the Acolyte. Well, we've got one step there.
Okay.
It's been canceled. That's not going to happen.
I mean, I just consider all Disney Star Wars non-canon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is quite funny though to think that canonically Darth Bane is just this homeless guy in a cave. That's where he is. He's stuck there forever.
I mean, Plagueis, right?
Yeah, Plagueis. Sorry, Darth Plagueis Bane, yes.
Well, that is my fanfic. I talked about this, I think, this morning, or maybe it was last night. But my fanfic ending to the Acolyte, right after you see him holding hands with the lightsaber, is that Plagueis just like walks out of the cave, says, "I can't take this cringe anymore," and chops both their heads off.
That'd be a great ending.
That's great. I love that.
Savvy's
They can have
Bean.
their fanfic, I can have mine, you know?
Yeah. Savvy's Bean for, speaking of fanfic, Savvy's Bean for $2. At Chrissy, shame. We got to have normie representation on the show. We do.
I just feel bad that she basically got like, she's like, I kind of liked it. You guys are like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You are incorrect. Incorrect.
It's exactly what I do to you.
Jeremy's comment.
Everybody gets treated the same here.
Equality, right?
Yep. Curtis Hart for
Jeremy
$9.99. The theater that's near me is showing the extended edition of Lord of the Rings every Wednesday. I'm going next week to see The Fellowship. The one thing I actually enjoy putting together these my Rings of Power videos because I always end up watching tons of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings clips. I'm listening to clips from the books. I'm rereading the book. So I've got tons of palate cleansers for it, especially since they're repeating so much dialogue. I go back and I find, and it's really easy to find because I've watched it so much. There is a lot of instances of repurposed dialogue in this. I'll show you every single one in my video. Every single
one. Do you ever
one.
find yourself losing, like basically missing all your deadlines because you go to research something and say the appendices, and then you end up just watching all of the appendices by accident? I've done that several times.
Yep. Guilty as charged. I was supposed to rewatch season 1 and I just accidentally walked up to my Blu-ray player and put in my 4K extended edition Lord of the Rings and then put it in the Blu-ray player and accidentally hit close and then accidentally sit down and hit play and watch the whole damn thing.
Come out of the box and roll down the
it just
shelf
popped out.
Ring.
Greg E for $2. RIP to the hockey player and his brother.
Yeah, you had a hockey player for the Columbus Blue Jackets got killed by a drunk driver. Him and his brother were riding bikes near their kind of home because their sister wedding was today.
Damn.
And last night they both got hit and killed by a drunk driver. It's really sad.
That's rough.
Driver's probably survived, right?
Yeah, he's in jail.
Yep. Everybody's life's ruined.
Yep.
Take a fucking Uber, retard. Judah for $10. Shad was in too much pain when I told him this, but y'all keep mispronouncing their names. It's Heelbrad, aka Sorry Man, Gazeladriel, Durmeh, Urond, and Dimbor. I've been working. The Gandalf name has gotten I can't call him not Gandalf anymore, so I'm just calling him Dan Golf. So Dan Golf. Take me to Middle Earth for $20. The fact that most supporters are extremely hateful and defensive towards anyone else tells us that they have something to be defensive about. Rings of Power is the timeline that the TVA needs to address. Hail the true fellowship. Hail. Yeah, I mean, the counter arguments are always pejoratives. That's not an argument. And, you know, one thing a lot of us do is, like we did for 2 hours, is we break down exactly why we didn't like this show. And when they cast incorrectly, that is a red flag. But that is not necessarily why the show is bad. I've always treated it like a red flag. When you hire people that were rejected from Bad Robot, Bad Reboot, that is a massive fucking red flag. So you go, man, I'm worried about this show. I really don't want to see what happened to the Tolkien fandom, what happened to the Star Wars fandom. That's why I started making videos. I'm like, these are massive red flags. I want this show to be good. I'll be its biggest fucking fan if it's good. I'll make multiple videos, live stream every show, and we had tons of fun doing House of the Dragon. And not to get into the numbers because that's gay, but they were lucrative, and they did really well on the channel, and they're still doing well, even with a disappointing end of the season because people, for one, are into House of the Dragon, and they like. I love talking about a good show. I wish they'd all be fucking weekly, and then I could review them. I wish The Gentleman was weekly. I would have reviewed it, you know. But yeah, we want good shit. We do.
Yeah, people are starving for quality entertainment.
Yeah, I would have liked nothing more than a good second age show. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God.
I've been watching 24. I don't know what got me on the. We had to talked about it on a stream, and someone brought up 24. I mean, I was on stream with you, Gary. Maybe this was Monday on GG Daily.
Yeah, you were talking about it. You were talking about the show and how he's still like one of the great characters, you know.
Yeah,
so.
Jack Bauer, dude. So now I'm like halfway through season 2 of 24. God, I missed that show.
It's such a good. Well, we had good TV. We had some, like, for a period that we had some fucking great TV going on at the same time.
Spoiled.
Yep.
I was just talking about it on stream the other day, but True Detective season 1, man, I just rewatched it recently.
It's one of the greatest single seasons of television ever.
It's perfect. It's perfect. It's absolutely.
And there's
perfect.
a reason. One director for the whole thing, and the director who's really talented but kind of crazy, Cary Fukunaga. He did that last Bond film, but dude, he did such a great job on the feeling, the aesthetics of that show are fucking brilliant, and it also helps that Matthew McConaughey fucking killed it. One of his best performances
and
ever.
Woody Harrelson. Woody
did good too.
Yeah. Yep. So
Woody's crazy, but I kind of like him.
Yeah.
Woody. He's got some horrible takes, but I still kind of like him.
Cool.
At least, he came out, anti-coof, so coof restriction. So good for him. My Dixie wrecked for $5. Bless you for watching Rings, so that I could have to, so I don't have to. Try to keep your sanity. The one ring to ruin them all. Yes, it is. Hail the Fellowship, but there's no rings in that. They're plastic fucking. They look terrible.
They look awful.
When they dropped,
They have a gumball machine or something like that.
When they dropped Nenya and they were trying to emulate like the One Ring hitting the ground, the One Ring, the prop is like this big from Peter Jackson's, and they had that sound effect, and it just looked like somebody dropped something you got out of a gumball machine.
Gary, I got to bounce. So,
right.
hail
Bounce.
Friday Night Tights.
Hail.
Love you all. I'll be on live for CobraCast later, talking about all this Brazil stuff and Twitter X. And I might mention a guy named I don't know if anybody. He starred in Home Alone 2, and so I might talk about him a little bit tonight. So have a good night. I'll talk to all of you.
Have a lot of happy tissues watching Trump. There you go.
Yeah. Trump 2024 to save America and the world. Bye, everybody.
Later.
Bye.
Albert, not a retro for 10 Canadian pesos. Chrissy, you need to reel in your pal Venti. I got no love for Pearly Things or the whatever podcast, but using the death of Andrew Wilson's 10-year-old son to attack him is vile. I know nothing about this.
I don't really either.
Drunken Finn for 2. I mean, ultimately, it's not our job to reel in our friends. We can certainly
I can barely reel in myself.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I have kids, but adult friends, you can talk to them, you can have a chat, but it's not our fucking job. We're not the police.
Like, we're not the assistant to the other people that seem less accessible. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't ask me questions about Brittany or Melanie Mack or like anybody else who doesn't answer your DMs. Sorry. I'm not an assistant.
Somehow I don't think Odin probably agrees with everything that I say or like tweet out or whatever.
And yet I've had people reach out to ask me to ask someone else to help them sell a house. Yes, that actually happened.
I'm sorry. I just didn't know who else to turn to.
I just expect everyone agrees with me about AI art, so that's just a given.
Yeah, I just assume everybody agrees with me too, about everything. Hand job Harris for $2.
Spot on.
It wasn't a hand job. It wasn't a hand job. It's a mouth job. Same old playbook.
both.
Next super chat, please.
She's skilled.
Drunken Finn for 20 euros. Hi, FNT. I bring this message also here for the people to enjoy. If Rings of Power Season 5 happens, Nori, Baron Snatch, and totally not Gandalf star the Baggins family line. No, you've tweeted that before, and I absolutely agree with you. I promise you. No, I absolutely promise you that Nori, Baron Snatch is going to be related to the Baggins.
Yeah.
Griff Nizzle
Yeah,
for
that
20.
adventurous spirit, you know?
Yep.
That'd be a two crate.
Shad, the power bottom standing Twilight as expected. Never change, you crazy diamond. Says Griff Nizzle for $20. Stephen DeLeon for $10. What would you guys rather watch forever? The Acolyte or the Book of Boba Fett? Willow, Four Rings of Power, or you must pick one? I'd rather not watch anything.
I'd rather die.
Yeah. The shortest. That's what I would ultimately go with.
Yeah, but you got to watch it again.
Oh, that's right.
Nice serious
So that's
black
a higher
reference there, by the
repetition.
way.
Yeah.
There
I would
you
have
go.
died for my friend.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nice. I can't wait for that show, man. I hope it's
Oh,
good.
dude,
The Harry
I
Potter
know.
show. I want that.
Mike,
We
my
get
kids are so stoked for that.
We get the
We gotta
audio.
do more streams, Barry.
We do. Next Christmas we get a year from this Christmas we get the fully cast audio of all the books.
Yes.
That's going to be fucking rad. And then the
Oh,
next
yeah.
year we get the show, and they're going to start casting soon. So I'm really interested.
I'm excited
I
for
want
that.
it to be
Hey,
good.
A lot hinges on the casting.
Yes.
Like so much hinges on the casting. Like
It'll give us red flags.
yeah, like
yeah.
if Hermione's
happen.
black, we know that's a fucking
Yeah.
problem. If they do that, like if they're gonna do it, then I wish they just go full meme. Just make the entire Weasley family black, the poorest family, make them all black. Please do it.
They're all redheads.
But
They're all
still
redheads.
ginger, yeah.
That's true. Ryan, around the holidays, we'll definitely do a Harry Potter stream for sure.
Yes.
We have to.
Ooh.
We had a lot of good feedback on that first one. We talked about things that we like.
Yes.
Wow.
Chad Curtis for $4.99. Have you seen the True Hollywood story Friday Night Tights on Drunk Honey Badger? No. Is that real?
What?
I have no idea.
What's the true story? You want to know what the true story is? I'll give you the true story of how Friday Night Tights. I was already doing a Friday show, right? The reason I picked Friday is because I'm clean and sober. I don't go out and party. I'm married. I have kids. I'm like, fuck. And I see all the superhero movies on Thursday or at midnight shows. So I'm like, Friday's a good night. Nobody else is streaming. It was a night where nobody streamed. And I'm like, I'm going to pick this night. And it was late. Eventually I'm at a Comic-Con. I meet Ryan, tell him he should be a YouTuber. Jeremy tells me he's going to do a Sports Wars. And Odin calls me and said, hey, we should do a Geeks and Gamers collaboration, just to like rotate Geeks and Gamers people in and do a show. I'm like, okay, that's how it started. That's your True Hollywood story. There you go. And I think the name came later. Did the name come later?
I
I
swear
feel like you were running with the
using
name
it
before
I might have been.
iteration that it is now became.
The chat
Yeah.
named the show, by the way.
Yeah.
So, Samuel Ayrton for $19.99. It felt like it was written by Kamala Harris. Kamala, whatever. Acted by your local theater troupe and directed by Kathleen Kennedy. There you go. Yes.
Kumala.
It is local theater acting. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I don't know. I'm not a Brit. Does it still Platoon? You're a Brit. Do the stage Irish accents still sound like stage Irish accents?
They do a little bit. They do sound like me trying to do an Irish accent,
Okay.
which is the kind of thing that would probably get you murdered in Ireland, especially as a British person.
Oh, do it. I want to hear it.
No.
The worst part is the show is criminally boring.
Yep. Wrecked Wizard for $5 Australian. Thanks, Gary, for mentioning Burn Notice last week. Great fucking show.
Good show.
Started watching it again. Shows like that don't get made anymore. Hail FNT.
No, sadly.
Yep.
Good show.
It is that, okay, we're going to have 13 to 20 episodes in a season. It is going to be like, you kind of know what's going to happen in each episode, but it's a small bit of it leads to some overall story. I think we're really missing that aspect of television anymore. Now everything is, hey, 8 episodes, which is just one real long movie. You know, instead of these, what is the phrase for those?
Procedurals.
Instead of
Episodic
procedurals, right?
Okay.
Where, okay, I know that Michael Weston is sitting in Miami and now he needs money. Somebody's going to come ask him for help. He's going to kind of want to turn it down and follow his own burn notice path and figure out who burned him, but he can't help because he needs the money, and his mom's going to guilt trip him into helping this person out anyway. So he does this thing, probably gets a little more attached than he should, puts on a great fake accent for like one episode, and he eventually is able to help that person out, get them out of trouble, and also get that much closer to finding out who burned him.
Yep.
And just rinse and repeat every week. And it's not, I'm not saying these are like the top tier storytelling of our age, but we used to have so many of those that were just really good and really solid and fun and entertaining, and you knew what you were going in and getting. And now it seems like everyone is just trying to do 8 or 10 episodes of one really drawn out story that should just probably be a movie with a bunch of padding.
It's a great point. It means when you're doing prestige TV, now they don't pull it off. The execution's terrible. You're swinging for the fences all the time. You just need solid. That's all. Disney Star Wars only needed to be solid. It didn't need to be the greatest fucking storytelling of all time. It just needed to be solid. You know, Star Trek, for the most part, there's great episodes, but if you take it in its totality prior to Kurtzman, it's fucking solid. Like, you know, even like you stick with all the episodes, and, you know, you're never going to have like the Twilight Zone where almost every fucking episode's a banger. Like, it's
good.
Incredible how well that show is done. But
there's debates over what is the best episode. Like, still to this day,
To this
people will
day.
debate over that. Yeah.
Here's that frustrating line of criticism you do hear, like about Star Wars fandom in particular. Star Wars fans are impossible to please. It's like, have you seen The Mandalorian?
Yeah, like, exactly.
Exactly. Just do something good. I mean, that's all you have to do. It's not like we're super picky. Stop producing garbage.
Just look at the prequels. Okay?
Yeah. I fucking hate the prequels.
But, like the Force Awakens is like this perfect example. Like,
yeah.
A movie that made $2 billion that seemed at the time like it was nearly universally liked. I felt like an outcast because I thought it was a pile of shit. But like the idea that somehow it's just really hard to make a successful Star Wars project, that's ridiculous. It's not.
I'm thinking about the best Twilight Zone episode.
Obsolete Man's pretty great.
Obsolete Man, Time Enough at Last. I like The Howling Man. My personal favorite, though, is not going to be in the top tier, is Nervous Man in a $4 Room. And it's just a dude acting against himself, and it opens up from the ceiling. And this is, mind you, this is TV in the 60s. And Rod Serling walks up the wall and does the intro. It's got all this jazz music, and it's about a guy just talking to himself in the mirror, and the mirror's like, you're fucking up. I'm going to take over your life. Nice. And it's an amazing episode. So fucking Twilight Zone. There's so many good ones, though. WG for 20 says, my favorite part of Rings of Power season 2 was when the baddie from the Southern Rune went on a stabbing spree in Numenor. Wait. Oh, I'm being told now that was just me watching the BBC Nightly News. My bad. Dang. WG. I changed my mind about Amandla Stenberg can talk. Coming from privilege, her playing the marginalized victim has been her best acting role yet. Oh, Simon Ho for 5 days. You're right. Yeah, rich parents, been a child actor. So she said, I'm not going to say maybe she's a multimillionaire, or maybe she's just really well off. Like
she's not poor.
Being an actor automatically does not mean you're getting paid money. As a matter of fact, quite the contrary. We heard what Gina was making. It was made public what she was making for Mandalorian, right? And it's good money. It's money you don't, but that's money for a couple of months, and you got to make that last forever if you're not just continually cycling roles. But yeah, actors aren't making millions upon millions of dollars. Most of them are making probably what your average mechanic makes, which is still pretty fucking good, but you got to work your ass off for it. You got to go into audition and
enough to live comfortably.
And specifically for Star Wars actors and actresses, I feel like overall they're probably maybe a little bit underpaid for like a similar profile gig, because a lot of that might be, hey, if this works, we can have a couple seasons of this. And by the way, you're gonna go to conventions and have like people lining up to sign for you for a long time, and like that's something they consider as well when taking these numbers.
Disney does that overall. Well, at least they did. when I did contract work with them, you know, they don't pay you very much, but they go, but you can put Disney on your resume, and that's something. Exposure. Yeah, they play that shit all the time. Joseph
Blizzard
Fabre
used to do that in gaming as well.
Yep.
Blizzard, yeah.
Joseph Fabre for $10. The creators of the Rings of Power are postmodernists. They hate what Tolkien represents. They don't care if they make money or entertainment. For them, it's war. They want to destroy. I think it's simple. I mean, like, if you're talking about like J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay, I think they just wanted a fucking job and they'll say yes to fucking anything. And then they're not very good. I think Jennifer Salk and Lindsay Weber, I think they just wanted to put content, and they definitely wanted to make it, they wanted to put their stamp on it for sure. For sure. But, and they think Tolkien is outdated and ridiculous. And if that's how you approach your material, that's how it will look. That's how it will look. No respect at all.
It's what they did with the Wheel of Time adaptation. They thought the source material had problematic elements. What? The magic system has a gendered nature to it? Well, they certainly can't have that. And so they, just bastardized the whole thing for a modern audience.
Carradine Schuster for 2 Canadian pesos. J.R.R. Woken. That's pretty good. Raven Black Sparrow for $4.99. Gary, not sure if you had Kelly Jones on here or the BBC. It was the BBC. We've had him on Friday Night Tights and the BBC, and we'll have him back. But Dracula Book 1 has arrived. Congrats! I heard they were going out. You got your copy. Oh, how is it? I haven't gotten mine yet. I
haven't opened it yet, but it's the cover is amazing.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. Kelly Jones is fucking brilliant. It's a brilliant guy.
Yeah, he
so
is.
is his wife, Lynn.
Yeah, Lynn's awesome.
Luffy the Sun God for $9.99. This week, Woke got smacked down. Acolyte, Concord, Outlaws, all flopping as woke shit does. Meanwhile, the first to send at a hero shooter rival to Concord with sexy women and no pronouns succeeded. Well, that's good to hear. Normal Man for 10 Canadian pesos. What if the rungs of Tardos confused Saruman for Gandalf? Would make sense. Dude's making his name a mystery is fucking one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in storytelling. Like, nobody cares.
They're so desperate to have him do anything that they're stripping certain character traits and then making him work for it. When, look, now he needs to find a staff. And so they can't think of anything.
So if they
creative.
don't make him Gandalf and they do some, it's a surprise. It's one of the blue wizards. And that's fucking stupid because he's been repeating Gandalf lines for the last season and a half.
Yes.
We do find out this season.
So I guess all the Astari talk the same.
They confirmed that we will get his name this season.
Oh, good. We're
something to look forward to, Gary.
We're a fucking season and a half in, and we still don't know this motherfucker's name.
We're gonna see Tom Bombadil next episode, right?
Oh, that is
no.
Oh.
There was one of the reviews said that the first 3 were crap. The next one's one of the better ones. Then it slows down in 5, going to the end, and 7's the best because it's just the battle.
How does it slow down? It's not moving.
It's not moving.
Well, apparently next week is better, and then it slows down
already
again.
slow.
This show honestly thinks it's trying to do something clever to try and bait people in with mystery. Like, seriously, they just tried to show Nori and Poppy potentially dying. Who really thinks they're dead? Like, seriously, we all know they're dead.
I wish they were dead.
We wish. And it was the best. It was the actual best moment in the show.
Yeah,
Nobody goes off path. Nobody falls behind.
I saw
all the people that
clips.
fell behind and died.
I saw the clips with Tom Bombadil, and it doesn't sound like Tom Bombadil at all. It just sounds like a character. Sounds like they just made him a dude.
But they gave him a West Country.
He's talking to fake Gandalf, right?
Who was he talking to?
Yeah, I think he is. Talking.
He does meet the stranger. Yeah.
That was just
How?
kind of like my assumption. So that's why I think
In Rune?
Tom Bombadil is going to help fake
Yeah,
Gandalf
Strange-
Bombadil's in Rune.
Harfoots, but I'm just guessing.
What?
In the original article, when they were talking about Tom Bombadil and like revealed him with the pictures, they said he was in Rune.
Okay.
Just chilling.
Just chilling.
Like a villain.
Senior Don Justica for $4.99. Sauron randomly bumped into Galadriel in the middle of the sea. That was always right. Played them like a goddamn fiddle. Flicked her bean. Omagalis for $20. If Rings of Power viewing numbers are as bad as expected or worse, do we see Wheel of Time season 3 shelved? Also, Gary, you started Wheel of Time books yet? No, I haven't. But no, I think they'll see it through. I think they're going to see everything.
I think they're going to do one more season.
Amazon cancels shows. They are not afraid to cancel shows, even though they can afford to make whatever the fuck they want forever. They still have to be a business and earn stuff. It depends on how bad the metrics go. But like it's again, Prime Video does pretty well, but mostly because of rentals. Because you can just go there and rent stuff. But you can do the same here on YouTube, by the way.
Yeah, I think this first week is going to have a high viewership number in terms of minutes watched.
Yep.
Now, whatever Amazon decides to put out in terms of, hey, we had this many people tune in, we know that that's kind of pointless and doesn't matter. But I do expect this first one to be pretty big simply because they released 3 episodes at once.
Yeah.
Like that's 3 fucking hours worth of shit. And so I think we're going to see something in the range of, 1.3, 1.4 billion minutes watched, and it's going to be heralded as a massive success. Maybe more.
Hail FNT. Boy, the Numenorians are my favorite. I was excited to see their splendor and might of Odin, the greatest realm of men. So disappointing. I know, dude. Like that. Fucking up the Numenorians is pretty bad. Like that's the one thing any Tolkien fan would want to see. Right. And it just looks like a bunch of normal people. They're not normal people. They are the men of the West. Okay. They are a superior human. HP Artcraft Artcraft for 10 British pounds. First time super chat. Gonna be gay for a moment. Want to thank you all for the endless entertainment. Also, Jeremy's Trump coverage is legendary. Hail chat, FNT 199. Thanks for your service, Ryan. Cheers.
Thank you.
CS Law for $5. I wish Amazon had never made Rings of Power. Me too. So do all who live to see such times, but that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what memes to make. This is true.
Indeed.
The Singing Tigs for $5. One rim to edge him. One rim to drain him. One rim to please him. Jeremy Prine is top. Gay on Homotron by still a bottom gay on Earth. Hail FNT I.199 Flamers.
You definitely could have got a bind him thing in there.
We did. Yeah. WG for $20. Me this morning while watching Rings of Power Season 2. Did freaking Sauron just say, let my people go? Yes, he did. Mm-hmm. Did he just say that? Yes.
He did. There's a lot of Moses references in the show. There's like the wandering in the desert for 40 years references.
But he said
it's in there.
No.
My favorite was
my
you will be known as
go.
Yeah.
My favorite was when he said you will be known as Lord of the Rings, and he's there doing like the
dude,
Jesus pose.
I know.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Yeah.
You must be some kind of Lord of the Ring. WG for $20. Me this morning while watching Rings of Power Season 2. X-Ray Girl. Thank you. You made it dark too fast.
Wow.
What happened?
She so
they're
they're all highlighted, right? And then she changes the font. So it shows that I've read it. And she like,
But you did read it.
no, I didn't read the whole thing.
Oh, okay. You just want to start from the beginning. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sick.
How else would you start something?
Did they just say that? Yes.
From the
They said,
beginning.
let my people go. Here we go. Norm Allman for 20 Canadian pesos. I sentenced the writers, producers, and directors of The Shrinks of Powders to watch Boogie 2988 content on a nonstop loop for the same amount of hours as uploaded content of EFAP, FNT, The Real BBC, and Open Bar combined. That is cruelty.
That is
wow. What kind of content does Boogie make?
Is he even making videos, or is he just doing lolcal now?
I don't think he's making videos.
He'll make
That's
a
his
video
content.
every
I'm
once in
fat.
a while and like to just ramble about some game or whatever, but it'll get like 10,000 views and he won't make any money on it, and he'll just complain about that. He says it stresses him out too much to make content. So
stop.
Just does lolcal on.
T-Mite 80 for £5 You think for $1 billion Rings of Power could afford some rings that don't look like Kinder Kinder Egg toys. Guess not. Steve DeLeon for $5 for the panel. Who is better writer, Rings of Power writers or Josh Brolin and his poetry? Josh Brolin's poetry.
Josh Brolin, easy.
Absolutely. There's a point to that. You know, he's just lusting after a young-looking dude, which he's free to do. Flaps McGee for $19.99. On the real BBC, you are discussing alternative names for the inevitable shit show. I'd like to add another. The Lord of Rings, the Quims of Power, the Quims of Power. I like
It's
Rims.
a racial slur, Gary.
Is
the
it?
Quimirs?
I don't know what.
No, I'm just kidding.
I don't. Yeah. Oops. I did it again. Robert McDonald for $20. HBO wants to do a spinoff after seeing Rings of Power Season 2 coming in 2027. HBO Orcs, starring Lena Dunham without makeup.
Perfect casting.
Orcs,
she
a
wouldn't be
Middle Earth
realistic mother. She wouldn't be a realistic mother.
Orcs, a Middle Earth
She'd be an
story.
orc.
Yes. Cynic Sue Ed for 20 Swedish krona. Hollywood needs to stop wife washing. There you go. Or husband washing. Josh Kelsey for $20. Thank you for donating. Dog thanks you too. Senor Don Justica for $4.99. Hal Brand has chosen to be king because he wore an old package. Farazan became king because an eagle passed by. Middle Earth politics is weird. It certainly is. God Hates Texas for $5. Screw Rings of Power. Watch good Prime show like The Terminal List. I already have, like multiple times. The people who worked on it actually cared about the source material. I love that show.
Didn't Farazan like become king because he essentially forced Muriel to marry him or some shit?
Yes.
I think that's how it worked. Yeah.
That's how it worked. He just said,
You
we're
think they'd
getting
want to
married.
fucking show it? Like, you'd think that would kind of fit their shit, right? That they could be like, look at how oppressed this fucking woman is, this toxic man. Look at this shit. Why don't they just do that?
I bet.
Their agency.
No, it robs her
and there's a
agency. So
strong-
it's going to be her choice to marry him now, so she could still be in power. Robs her of her agency. It's that predictable.
And they'll make it, so it's like a sacrifice for her people.
Yep. B19 Papa for $10. When we see Sauron's original form, I laughed because I thought it was Simon Pegg, and I finally realized Celebrimbor looks like Mrs. Doubtfire. Once you see that you can't unsee it. The Sun Turtle for $9.99. The orcs are sympathetic now because bad robot drones are ripping off BioWare's Dragon Age Awakening. That's also why the Mithril is basically lyrium now. The fact that they're ripping off other shit that exists because of Tolkien is fucking pathetic. But you know what? That's exactly what Star Trek did. Star Trek, Kurtzman Trek did not respect the chain of command. You had people fucking arguing with the fucking captain and all that bullshit. You're seeing the same shit here. And what's the connection? Bad robot. Jar Jar Abrams. Beard for $2. Are there any San Antonio meetup updates? We just made one. Jesus Davilla has gifted one Nerdrotic membership. Thank you very much. Ron Mickelson for 20 Norwegian krona. Have my $2, you horrible grifters. Thank you. Motivation to Virtue for $19.99. Amazon Prime Writers Room is full of people who would read Paradise Lost and think Satan is a good guy. And that's only assuming any of them read. Half-shaved Bridge Kitten for $20. It's rude to ridicule these shows. I mean, WGA had a strike, so Disney forced minors to write and hid them under the desk. It all sucks. It'll take years to regrow my fur, but I'd rather get dropped in wax than finish this. Thank you, half-shaved Bridge Kitten. Normal Man for 10 Canadian pesos. For the panel, what cliche do you think is the most cringe, excluding the related to the message TM? Oh, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. We'll circle back. What cliche is the most cringe?
There are so many.
Yeah.
Girl boss.
Yeah, I was gonna say
girl
boss.
That's the one. Like the sassy Latina tough girl. Like that's the most cringe for me.
Yeah, who's an arsehole, but simultaneously everyone likes them and
Yeah.
nobody knows why.
Yeah.
The black female police detective. There are so many. There needs to be a parody movie, The American Society of Black Female Police Detectives. It would be fucking hilarious.
Oh, dude, I watched Beverly Hills Axel A or whatever. F, Axel F. Dumb name. His daughter in that movie fucking ruins the movie. The movie's fine. It's funny.
It's fine. She can't really act.
And she can't act, and she's tagging along with him and just ripping him to shreds the entire movie. I'm like, that's not what I want to watch this movie for. It's for this like smart aleck lawyer tough girl. I'm like,
Netflix.
God.
That's why it went on Netflix.
Terrible.
Hey, apparently Beetlejuice is pretty good.
That's what I hear.
People have already seen it. Say it's pretty good.
I'm excited.
I hope so.
Got a standing ovation, man.
Senior Gun Justica for $4.99. Does this mean Sauron turned into a floppy blob after the One Ring was destroyed? No, it was before. Well before. This is after the defeat of Morgoth.
Well, I think the question is saying, hey, is that what actually happened to Sauron after that war?
They specifically say he's you can't kill him. He still exists, but he is a shadow. He exists as a miserable shadow, essentially.
But when he was changing from Halbrand,
so I sympathize.
When he was changing from Halbrand to Anatar, the fire was probably there so that Celebrimbor didn't see him in his like black goo form in the middle. And he was like changing faces.
He's all, bleh. Don't look. Hang on. I'll be right there in my new form. Big dramatic appearance.
Give me a second.
Just like eats his cat on the way.
Big Chris for $5. I wrote a book called Help Me because of my disgust for Twilight. Something bad happens when the sunlight hits vampires, for the love of God.
That's how it's supposed to be. Yes.
Half-shaved bridge kitten for $10. I mean, they don't know women. Wait a minute. Is that a female orc nursing a baby orc? What scorn fic is this? They didn't understand human reproduction, but still do this. Amateur, not coordinating.
They fucked, right? Like orcs did fuck.
They multiply. Yes, they fuck.
Yeah, okay, so I don't know. Do they grow out of the earth like, we saw the Uruk-hai? Or was that just for them? Like
that was the Uruk-hai. But they are what they are. They come from Morgoth, and supposedly it was just a corruption of elves. A tortured elf turned into an orc, and men too.
Started, but there's some line where it does say that they
multiply. They specifically multiply. Yeah,
they multiply.
The orcs have multiplied. Yeah,
but it's implied that they are breeding, right?
Yes, they are breeding. Yes, orcs.
It's not so much to me. It's not so much about showing a baby orc or whatever. It's about the way they are trying to get you to sympathize with orcs as if they deserve that type of sympathy. Right.
Yeah.
It's trying to humanize them and show, they're just small families. They're just looking for a safe place to live. That's why they blew up a volcano and destroyed a bunch of people's homes and are killing people and slaughtering people. They just want their own place.
I've always imagined it like, not that I thought about it that much because you shouldn't. Or Tolkien would have gotten into it. Okay. But I was thinking more like they'd have a litter. Right. They'd have a litter, a runt. They wouldn't fucking care. And whoever lived,
like
whatever.
Animals, yeah. Like keep him in a
instinct.
Exactly. I pictured that. I would keep him in a pit, throw him in bones, let them fight over it, and the strongest one survives. Right. And that's thematic to the way they operate because they're a savage, violent, evil race. That or like they could have a brood mother type of thing. But the whole keep the babies in a pit thing, that just feels thematically.
I think they're drawing that from the line that the orcs hate Sauron, basically. And they just fear him, but they hate him. But they hate everything. They still love to torture. They have a lot of fun torturing things and killing things. Sorry, go on, Ryan.
No, go ahead.
All right. 21 Palika has gifted 5 Nerdrotic memberships for $25. Thank you very much. Fracta Machine for 15 shekels says so much tension in the Shelob cave. Oh, we didn't even get to that. It's fucking dumb.
Oh yeah.
Member Shelob. You wonder if Isildur makes it out alive. Also, I bet the black woman he's with is the ancestor of Black Aragorn. She had the mark of Mordor on her neck. Joel Slayer for $10. Hail FNT, quick question in the lore. How did the orcs reproduce over generations? We just talked about that. They fucked. The Nerdy Cowgirl for $4.99. Why are they still shipping Galadriel and Sauron when she is married to Celeborn? They are not even going to try to add him this season. There was rumors they were. Season is not over yet, but it would be awfully awkward at this point. Charles Wilson.
I thought you're dead.
Charles Wilson III has gifted 5 Nerdrotic memberships for $25. Thank you very much. Fractal Machine for 15 shekels. Thank you. I love the Not Gandalf is named after the act of sitting on your hand until it goes numb before feed the ducks, right? Albert Not a Retro for 5 Canadian pesos. One last time, Gary. It's not a troll. I did send you an email with ideas on things I'd like to see happen in Thor 5, not Thor 5, not Thought 5. Sorry, typos. Gotcha. Thank you, man. Easy Gamer, I assume that. Easy Gamer 09 for $5. The well alarm is repurposed scene from Moria where the Peregrine drops the thing. Peregrine drops the thing and alerts the orcs. I can see that.
Just like a sound happening.
Yeah, a sound happening. Yes. More repurposed crap. Hail FNT. I can see that. Yes. I'm not. I don't think I'm going to catch it all, but it was an average of 5 things per show per episode.
Yeah.
5 things repurposed at intervals, at like a few minute intervals. Nick Brony for $4.99. Galadriel can fix him and ride him like a horse. Co-fan for $5. Did anyone watch the Terminator anime? Not yet, because I've been reviewing this fucking show. I'll watch it probably Monday. It was surprisingly good, very cerebral, while giving us a lot of decent action. I did see, before Rings of Power, I did see the first 3 episodes of Arcane. I did. Finally.
What'd you think?
I liked it.
Yeah.
Arcade's great.
Yeah, the animation's unbelievable, dude.
It's really fucking good.
Fuck.
So I found that quote I was looking for.
Yep.
For the orcs had life and multiplied after the manner of the children of Iluvatar, which would
Means
imply
they fuck.
elves and men. Which should imply they have sex and reproduce, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's how I read that. So.
Curtis D of Montana for $5. Hail FNT. I find it hilarious multiple actors left the train wreck after season 1. Well, a lot of them left during season 1. Many left before, including Will Porter, and a couple left afterwards because it's a huge commitment for one. And they saw it sucked. And working for Amazon, like the reason these shows suck is Amazon is highly inexperienced at making TV show on their own. Now they can, a lot of like Netflix and Amazon stuff is made by a production company, so they don't make it and they just basically buy it. But this is an Amazon production, baby, through and through. SWA has gifted one Nerdrotic membership for $5, and Chris Wood has gifted one Nerdrotic membership for $5. What's up, Disparu?
I was going to say, one of the reasons this meant so much to them is because, and it said in that Hollywood Reporter article, nobody takes Amazon seriously because they see them as just a place that sells things. They don't see them as an entertainment company, and so they have to overpay for people because they will essentially take like a reputational hit by working for Amazon. And so they wanted this to be big. They wanted the awards, the celebration, the prestige, so that they could be taken seriously in the industry. And so that's one of the reasons why canceling this would be so horrific to them, because it means they failed.
And
that worked out so great.
And Hollywood hates Amazon. They hate what they represent because that, again, Prime Video, big player, huge player in Hollywood, and it is not their primary focus. It's a vanity project that they could quit and end tomorrow, and it wouldn't affect the company in any way, shape, or form.
It also said in that article that they treat Amazon Prime Video like they treat Amazon. So everyone's like hot desking and stuff. Nobody's like kissing arse or anything. Nobody feels as if they're working for a prestigious organization. And so they work entirely different to the rest of the industry.
Yep.
And they don't like it.
Look at what they've made. Rings of Power, Wheel of Time. They've made jokes.
They made
a good job.
But a lot of the stuff that's been successful was the previous regime. What Jennifer Salke has brought in, to her credit, which I hate to do, but Terminalist and Reacher, which are simpler shows. But even the president, because you read the same article I did, Disparu, the president came out and said, well, we don't want to just have a bunch of white guys with guns. But you know what? Those are two of your best shows. Oh, and then there's an old
Conan
white guy.
would have been amazing.
Oh, Conan would have been so good. That was Jennifer Salke who killed that. And you know what? An old man farting, like bumbling around a farm, is one of your biggest shows too. An old white dude. All right. That wraps it up for YouTube side. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to the Nerdrotics. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and donation. You help keep the lights on. Thanks to all the lurkers. Thanks to everyone for watching. We really appreciate you guys. We'll be back next Friday with
Critical Drinker. Actually, this time.
I'm very happy that Little Platoon came on. I'm very appreciative. This is a great channel, by the way. Subscribe to Little Platoon. Please do. One of my faves.
And also, Neil Oakley just gifted 10 Nerdrotic memberships for $50. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you, Neil. And one more hour on Rumble. If you want to join us, hail Rumble, by the way. Hail Claudio. Hail Siraj. Good dudes. And but if you're in France, I guess it's au revoir. Is that what you say? Au revoir.
Get a VPN.
If you live in France, not being able to watch this show's the least of your fucking problems.
Yes.
Wow.
See ya.
See ya. Yeah,
Bye,
dude, in France, like.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Dale, dale.